Yo, what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. So before we get started, you already know what to do. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure you hit the bell icon twice. Smash the like button, share this video out to all of your followers, and let's get it cracking. All right. So shout out to everybody who is in the building early. It's good to see each and every one of you. Y'all already know if you can hear me okay and everything is sounding good, please give me a thumbs up or a radiation emoji in the chat. If you guys are having some visual or audio issues, please give me a thumbs down. And while you guys are doing that, I'm going to shout out and acknowledge everybody who is up in here early. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love. Throw some like enforcers in the chat. My man DeAndre enforcing them likes early. Shout out to DJ TJ, DJ Terrence Jackson. You know what I'm saying? What's good with it, bro? Good to see you. We got Carlton Way in the building. Shout out to you, bro. We got AB Promotion. Shout out to AB in the building. We got Vovo 2 Love. What's good with it, Vovo? We got Brooklyn Queen 125. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Yo, shout out to Brooklyn Queen, man. She been going back in the archives. Now, check this out, right? I always tell people to watch my old content so y'all can see the consistency and so that you can see how far ahead your boy is. Ask Brooklyn Queen. She watched 2 videos on the other channel, and I actually seen it in the analytics, and I went back and watched them videos. I was like, man, that's crazy. I just reiterated the same thing just the other day. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to her for checking that out. Shout out to Patricia Slade. What's good with it, Patricia? We got my man Lehman Lucas in the building. Shout out to Lehman Lucas. What's good with you, bro? We got Al McAllen in the house. Shout out to Janesta for being a membership enforcer. Make sure y'all show her some love. Please throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Janesta enforcing them memberships. Definitely appreciate it. Shout out to Win, Lose, or Rug. What's good with you, bro? Make sure you guys throw some like enforcers in the chat for Win, Lose, or Rug, enforcing them likes early. Shout out to Catsy. Y'all got to show her some love. Catsy been a member for 19 months, even longer than that, technically, if you consider, being a part of the BLR network back when the BLR network was just Tales from the Cryptocurrency before I even came to YouTube. So shout out to Catsy. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man Lloyd Sky 9. What's good with it, bro? Shout out to Janesta again. Good to see you. Janesta been part of the family for a minute, man. Make sure y'all show Janesta some love. Shout out to my man DSB. What's good with you, bro? We got DC Precise in the building. Shout out to my man AB Promotions. My man AB Promotions with the off the rip ducats. Time for some villainy. Facts. Y'all already know what it is. Time to activate that villainy.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living!
Villainy activated. Hey, we're gonna have to get a Mum-Ra emoji in the chat. We got to get a March of Dimes emoji for DeAndre, and we got to get a Mum-Ra emoji. What y'all think? Shout out to Alvin Learning. Yo, make sure y'all show Alvin Learning some love. He hooked your boy up on Cash App a while back, and I didn't get a chance to acknowledge it, so we're gonna acknowledge it here. Shout out to you, bro. Always appreciate it. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen for supporting the channel for 13 months. This is what I'm talking about. We got the vets in the building. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kid Gravity. What's good with it, bro? We got Robin and Battle, who've been around for a minute. Shout out to you, Robin. Kid Gravity, killing it out here. Shout out to you, bro. And let me see who else we got. I think that's it. Shout out to Soapbox Moments. What's good with it, bro? All right, so what we going to talk about, and shout out to Kid Gravity, because Kid Gravity actually been going in on this topic. You know what I'm saying? He's been going hard on this topic for a minute, so shout out to him for this, right? We're going to talk about the fact that when it comes to the Democrats and the Republicans, for some reason, right, and we're going to dive into the reason why, they campaign to stereotypes and not to needs. Now, I'm going to ask you guys this question. Why do y'all think that this is? And shout out to Lloyd Sky 9 for channel support for 14 months. Make sure y'all show Lloyd Sky 9 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. And shout out to my man, John Guillory. What's good with it, bro? Good to see you. All right. Why is that? The Republicans and the Democrats. First, we're going to deal with the Republicans. All right. Second, we're going to deal with the Democrats. Shout out to KG for supporting the channel for 14 months. Definitely appreciate you, bro. Make sure y'all show KG some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for KG. All right. Why is that? We're going to take a look at this article right here from the Boston Herald. Now, you see what Trump promised? What do y'all think are the chances of him doing this? Trump promised big plans to flip Black and Latino voters. And again, pay very close attention because we got Black and Latino being dumped into the same bucket. All right. Everybody else gets treated as an individual. We're not supposed to see race or ethnicity. So when we're mixed into another group, it just doesn't matter. And we disappear, which is the whole idea behind that. Many Republicans are waiting to see them. Now, here's my thing, right? Shout out to Jay Bird. What's good with you, bro? These are the very people that complain about DEI, but look at them going after DEI. We don't want DEI. We don't want DEI. If you're not a white heritage American, you're not qualified for anything. Well, if that's the case, I don't think that they're qualified to get votes for free. They shouldn't get votes handed to them if you don't want DEI, right? So DEI is acceptable when it comes to whoever's votes they'll grift for. Would you guys agree? That's what this is saying. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to DSB. DSB says, I bet Trump smells like old Cheetos and an old sock. You see that thumbnail picture that I got? That was the best one I could find. That was the best one I could find. I did my best. Tried to give some good representation. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says Donald Trump says he wants to hold a major campaign event at New York's Madison Square Garden featuring Black hip-hop artists and athletes. Why? 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 Let me ask you guys this. Are you more likely to pay attention to anything that Trump has to say if there's quote-unquote Black hip-hop artists and Black athletes there? What is that going to do? When it comes to anybody else, is that what they do for bringing people out, is get some athletes and some celebrities? Is that what they do? Apparently, according to Trump, right? And Trump gets this information from his think tanks. All you got to do is just bring some athletes. All you got to do is just bring some actors. All you got to do is just bring some rappers. You got the Black vote. That's just it. Now, here's my thing, right? This goes directly into the stereotypes, right? So again, as much as they sit there and say that they make these studies, they need these studies, they don't need any kind of studies. They know exactly who they plan to target and why they plan to target them. So again, my question for you guys is, why is it that Trump thinks that this kind of outreach will bring anybody? And again, shout out to Torian, because Torian been going hard on this topic too. I think he just dropped the video about the Black Republican, or the Republican failed Black outreach. So what I find fascinating is that the very people who claim that racism doesn't exist can't communicate to try to get other people politically involved without using racist tropes. Isn't that ironic? If that's irony, then give me a thumbs up. If it's not, then give me a thumbs down. Who's going to vote because Trump puts together a Summer Jam concert? Him, his audience, and his think tanks are speaking directly towards what they see Black people as with this. And so my question is, what should Black people do with this, right? That's the title of the stream. Democrats and Republicans campaign to stereotypes and not needs. Let's deal with them. Here's my question. What need does bringing a rapper or an athlete to a rally do? What need does that fill? What need does that fix? What need does that address? So if you're going to bring a whole bunch of people that literally don't have anything to do with anything that we need, why should we listen? Why should we listen? The Democrats and the Republicans both just want to speak the idea of a uninvolved, no voice having, low IQ black person into existence. And what I advise everybody to do is to reject it. Reject it. You know what I'm saying? His aides speak of making appearances in Chicago, Detroit, and Atlanta, all right, with quote unquote leaders of color and realigning American politics by flipping Democratic constituencies. Now, again, here's the thing, right? People have long said no tangibles, no vote. But now you got people in Chicago sitting up there saying, well, we're going to flip Chicago red. I get it and I understand it as a strategy, but here's my question. What's the benefit? What's the tangible that anybody's getting out of flipping a constituency on behalf of Republicans who don't want you anyway because they've already spoken and said that they don't accept DEI? If they don't accept DEI, they don't accept you. So what you can expect is, after these pictures that they put up of all these black pilots, all these black scientists, the next thing that they're going to do is they're going to start posting pictures like this on Twitter and say, this is what MAGA looks like. We don't want this for MAGA. This isn't America great again. Because the time period that this would be of making America great again, this kind of hug would be illegal for this woman, right? Would you guys agree? So this can't possibly be making America great again. Would you guys agree? So we have to give these people what they want in order to harm their efforts. Okay? Everything should be taken terminally literal. Unless they come with something at the table. You know what I'm saying? I think it's fascinating, all this dating content and all this nonsense that people put online. You know, it's fun and it's cool, but like the thing about it, like I've always said in my old videos where I criticized or agreed with certain things about the red pill, I don't understand why people don't take some of this stuff and put it into their life. As much as people are having these conversations about men and women bringing stuff to the table, why is there not conversations about what politicians are bringing to the table? Because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the Democrats and Republicans, they're bringing balloons full of nothing and stereotypes. And who wants or needs that? That's my question. Let me know what you guys think. You know what I'm saying? But 5 months before the first general election votes are cast, the former president's campaign has little apparent organization to show for its ambitious plans. The Trump campaign removed its point person for coalition and hasn't announced a replacement. And now the thing is that they don't expect anything. They don't expect any demands. The only thing that they expect is just for you to hope and pray and think that you're going to get something better. Shout out to Unsunken One. But I think that there should be specific demands. There should be specific demands that people have. And if those demands are not met, well, then they don't get met with a vote. The Republican Party's minority outreach offices across the country have been shuttered and replaced by businesses that include a check cashing store and an ice cream shop and a sex toy store. So that shows you how much they care, quote unquote. And remember, they're talking about minority. So when they talk about minority, this isn't even something specific to black people. We're supposed to just blend in with everybody else. That's the expected result. Would you guys agree? Shout out to iShine for subscribing. And campaign officials concede that they are weeks away from rolling out any targeted programs. Okay, so again, what would be the target? Let me ask you guys this: as a Republican, as a conservative, how do you campaign towards a group of people who you feel should be blocked out of the political process anyway? Because when it comes to us politically, anything that we request from a politician is a handout. How does that work? So what they've been saying for decades is that anything that we feel that we should be able to campaign for or that we should be able to demand from our politicians, we're asking for a handout. So for one, they don't want us because we all are DEI. And for two, anything that we expect from a politician is just a handout, which means if you ask me, they shouldn't get anything. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to Janesta for being a like enforcer. Make sure you guys throw some like enforcers in the chat for Janesta. Appreciate you, Janesta. And also, if you guys are not part of the Discord, please take a moment, hit that link that's pinned in the comment section, and join the Discord. It's not one of those messy Discords where it's all kind of insanity going on. We actually talk about important stuff in there. Now, we ain't out here changing the world, maybe one day, but we have a good time in there talking about interesting stuff. And it's one of those places where you don't have to be afraid to disagree with people. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says the presumptive Republican presidential nominee has struggled to navigate a messy transition into the general election plagued by staffing issues, his personal legal troubles, and the Make America Great Again's movement's disdain for quote unquote so-called identity politics, which is interesting, right? Because one of the first things that you will hear a lot of these people say is that anytime anybody's demanding specific demands, it's identity politics. But let me ask you guys this question. Aren't all politics by definition identity politics? Shout out to Torian. What's good with it, bro? Aren't all politics by definition identity politics? Shout out to Janesta Coleman. Janesta Coleman said, I'm in the Discord and it's so confusing. I'm going to shout out everybody, throw some flames and some radiation emoji in the chat for Janesta. Janesta, you do a great job in the Discord. We appreciate you in there. We appreciate you, Janesta. You do a great job in the Discord. Shout out to Johnny Gibbs and shout out to Vega. What's good with y'all? There are signs of frustration on the ground where Republicans believe Trump has a real opportunity to shift the election by cutting into President Joe Biden's advantages with quote unquote voters of color. So again, let me ask you guys this question. Would you all say that each voter of color, quote unquote, constituency has their own pattern and their own specific needs and interests? Would you guys say that? Would you guys say that the needs and interests of Asian voters and Latino voters are different than the needs and issues of Black voters? Would you guys say that? Now, the thing that's interesting is that when all these other groups of voters talk about their issues are celebrated and looked at as specific needs that need to be addressed. Shout out to Black Spider. What's good with it, Black Spider? But when it comes to us, we're supposed to be quiet and erase our own identity. Have you guys noticed that? Have you guys noticed that? To be quite honest, Republican Party does not have a cohesive engagement plan for Black communities, said Daryl Scott, a Black pastor and longtime Trump ally who co-founded the National Diversity Coalition for Trump. Shout out to Kid Gravity. Kid Gravity, you still in here? Isn't Daryl Scott that conservative that you had on the panel the one time? He actually seemed like he's a pretty cool dude. You know what I'm saying? That Daryl Scott, if that's the person that I'm thinking of. What it has are conservatives in community of color who have taken it upon themselves to head our own initiatives. All right. Now, and also that the Daryl Scott dude, he was on the panel that Kid Gravity held, and I was on there. He actually seemed like he was honest too about criticisms of the conservative party. He didn't seem like one of them people that just sit up there and, you know what I'm saying, lie and make stuff up. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing, right? When it comes to them type of people, if you're dealing with somebody that's honest, you know, it makes a big difference. Now, what I find fascinating is that the Democrat media, shout out to Abby. What's good with it, Abby, over there on Twitch? If y'all not subscribed over on Twitch, make sure that y'all go over there and subscribe on Twitch. What I find interesting is that the Democratic Party always talks about misinformation, but they never talk about their own misinformation. It seems like when it comes to the Democrats, the only thing that is misinformation is any information that shines them in a negative light. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Trump supporters target Black voters with bigoted radio ads. Here's my question. Would you all say that the Democrat media also targets Black people with bigoted ads and nonsense? We're going to get into some of it. Both the Democrats and the Republicans target Black people with stereotypical nonsense that adds no value to why we should place a vote with either candidate. I appreciate you, Janesta. So let's see what they're talking about. Trump supporters target black voters with bigoted radio ads. This is interesting, right? Donald Trump and his allies are trying to appeal to black voters with overpriced sneakers, fried chicken, past their prime rappers, and now some plain old bigotry to boot. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What is the difference between that and the Democratic Party? Here's one thing about the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party encourages misandry towards black men and literally makes no effort to appeal to the needs of black men, which we should understand is the normal status quo anyway, because both parties are part of the uniparty, which is called WS. So it's funny how the Democrats are outraged about this, right? They're literally outraged about this while Hillary Clinton went on the Breakfast Club with a bottle of Red Hot, and that's supposed to be the reason why people would vote for her. You know what I'm saying? Bill Clinton went on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone, and that's the reason why people are supposed to vote for him. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Black Spider. Make sure y'all show Black Spider some love for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Standing on business.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Shout out to Black Spider. Make sure y'all show her some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, so we got to figure this out. We got to figure this out. These people are supposedly doing so much. What exactly are they doing? How many people heard about the millions of dollars that Joe Biden decided to give to Samsung in Texas? Let me ask you guys this question. Who's benefiting from that? Who's benefiting from that? Billions of dollars. Shout out to Janessa. Janessa said, I ain't gonna lie, I do like that saxophone now. I ain't gonna lie, I do like that saxophone now. I ain't mad at it, man. I ain't mad at it. So now here it says, in recent months, Trump allied groups. Now here's the thing, right? This is what I want y'all to do. In the comment section and people watching the video on the replay, everything that they're complaining about in this article, name me something that Democrats have done that mirrors this. I mean, this is literally coming from the party that created no voting, no vucking. And they outraged about some fried chicken. They outraged about some fried chicken? For real? You see what I'm saying? Past their prime rappers? Seriously? They just had, almost all the Democrat shill rappers are past their prime. You know what I'm saying? Puffy is a Democrat shill. He's past his prime. Jay-Z, Democrat shill, past his prime. I mean, are we serious here? You could even go as far as to say Cardi B, possibly past her prime. Shout out to Deneen. What's good with it, Deneen? Yeah, told us get our butts to the poll, right? Vax that ass up. What else did they say? But now it's not fair game that the Republicans are using the same playbook. If you ask me, this is enough for people to say we shouldn't be dealing with either one of these parties. Either one of these parties. Because again, what disparities do any of these type of campaigns address? How is any of this stuff going to improve anybody going into 2025? That's the question. See, that's got to be the question all the time. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Deneen. If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. You know what I'm saying? As if he's qualified to make that determination.
You ain't black.
Yeah. So again, these are the very people that sit there and say that we're race obsessed when you literally got a old white man sitting there trying to qualify people on their blackness based on whether he gets voted for or not. Yeah, Shorty Plies always cooling for Joe Biden. Shorty. Shorty, y'all don't vote for Biden. I don't know what's wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Ply sitting there sounding like the biggest beta male in the world. Shorty, I don't know why you wouldn't vote for Biden. I mean, seriously, you gonna vote for Trump out there?
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots! I've got morons on my team!
Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. In recent months, Trump allied groups have begun running radio ads targeting voters in largely black areas that push a raft of offensive claims as they seek to undermine support for President Joe Biden. Now, let me ask you guys this question. What has President Joe Biden done that has been largely offensive towards black people? That's my question. I mean, the comment section should go crazy. We've been watching and making these videos forever. Shout out to DeAndre Shawty. You like my Plies impression, Shawty? I'm glad you like my Plies impression, but you don't really like Plies unless you vote blue no matter who, Shawty. Y'all don't like Plies unless you get your butt to the poll and vote blue. You heard? An idiot. You know what I'm saying? Who wants to go see him advocate for some politics? An idiot. You know what I'm saying?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Thank you, Brother Dotson. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Brother Dotson had to sing it to make sure it sunk in. You know what I'm saying? You are so dumb. Now look at this. These ads were highlighted by sports journalist Jemele Hill over the weekend. Why? Again, do you all notice who are the political pundits of any credibility that any of these quote-unquote news outlets ever quote? There's a reason why they don't quote any influential quote-unquote political pundits. Why is that? See, we got to ask that question because that's an important question to ask. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate y'all. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media. All right. We got 37 people watching and we got 32 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 50. So here's my question. What's everybody's feelings about Jemele Hill? You guys love Jemele Hill, right? She's everybody's favorite, right? She be speaking that truth. She be speaking that truth, don't she? These ads were highlighted by sports journalist Jemele Hill. Now, let me ask you guys this. Who, when it comes to other people in the mainstream media, who outside of politics do they get to be the expert on political matters? That's the question. That's the question. Who do they get? Who do they get? Now, here's the thing, right? We got to ask this question. And the reason why we got to ask this question is because it shows the way that the mainstream media, it clearly has an agenda to treat us in a very different way than they treat other people. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Because again, the mainstream media does not do this for other groups of people, which tells you something about the campaign in place with dealing with us. Okay? These ads were highlighted by sports journalist Jemele Hill over the weekend during her coverage of the NFL draft in Detroit. If people don't know if people have heard these ads Trump campaign is running on urban radio, but they are wild, Hill wrote, as in wildly filled with massive misinformation sprinkled in with some bigotry. Now, again, literally the same as the Democrats, right? Literally the exact same as the Democrats. So now any information coming from any party should be called out. But what Jamel Hill is most upset about is she's upset that the Republicans had the nerve to use the same strategy that the Democrats are using. So that tells you whose payroll she's on. Hill didn't share an example, but a similar sounding ad called Our Communities was launched by the pro-Trump organization MAGA Inc. in March and scheduled for airtime in Georgia, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The ad is a chock full of MAGA misinformation. In it, a narrator claims that Biden is, quote unquote, letting Mexican cartels pump drugs and fentanyl into our streets. Let me ask you guys a question. Is that misinformation? Let's stop right there. Is that misinformation? It's arguable that that's a point of debate. Would you guys agree? Shout out to Deneen. Yeah, I gotta agree. And shout out to Janesta. Both parties are insane. Facts. Deneen says, I want to hear J-Lo speak for Latino voters. I want to hear her make music for Latino people. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear her make some Latino music for Latino people. You know what I'm saying? The ad is chock full of MAGA misinformation. In it, a narrator claims that Biden is, quote unquote, letting Mexican cartels pump drugs and fentanyl in our streets, that he's busing, quote unquote, rapists and murderers into our communities, and that the crooks in Congress are handing our tax dollars to illegals. Again, let's just get the consensus out. Is that actual misinformation? If that's misinformation, give me a thumbs up. If that's not misinformation, then give me a thumbs down. I think that we about to see a lot of thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to choose where to start with the corrections. I don't know if you can start with corrections, but let's check this out. Trump, look at this. Now, again, this is the Democrat media. Trump has promoted racist generalizations of Mexican immigrants as drug dealers, deleters, and rapists from the moment he publicly launched his first campaign bid in 2015. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is that true? And again, how did Joe Biden pass the 94 crime bill? Shout out to Mike Mellis John. What's good with it? So let me ask you all this. Is another form of misinformation attempting to point out the negatives of one side while being silent on the other side doing the same thing? Is that another form of misinformation? Despite data shows immigrants tend to commit crimes at lower rates than U.S.-born citizens. Now, let me ask you guys this. Would that possibly be because, as was stated by Mayor Eric Adams himself, in a lot of sanctuary cities, they don't record migrant crime? So there's no data. There's no data to back it up. So if you're comparing nothing to data that's kept on U.S. citizens, that's clearly going to show U.S. citizens committing more crimes. Right? There's certainly no evidence the Biden administration is letting cartels pump drugs into the American streets, other than the fact that if you look at how certain immigrants are treated for other crimes and they just get put back into the street, then how do they get treated for this when it's found out? Right? And also, if we have these policies that are very lenient on letting people into the border, that means that they're very lenient on letting people into the border with whatever cargo they're bringing over as well, right? So again, where can we go to get an honest conversation about any of this stuff? But they're sitting here calling this misinformation. Now, when it comes to any of this information at all, both parties are going to twist the story to make things seem like a rationale to support either party. Would you guys agree? Right. Shout out to Mike Mellis John. Facts. Mike Mellis John says, of course they're low. They're barely reported. Facts. If you guys agree with Mike, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's exactly what I was saying. That's facts. In fact, there's ample evidence to the contrary, and despite zero-sum rhetoric about immigrants receiving jobs, privileges, and welfare benefits over American citizens, these claims keep being proven false. Where are they being proven false at? Where are these things being proven false at? Let me ask you guys this question. Where are these things even talked about? Who even takes a deep dive into these things? Where have you all seen these things be dived into, looked at, examined under a fine-tooth comb? Nobody does it. And honestly, nobody doesn't really seem like too many people care either. You know what I'm saying? The ad also pushed anti-trans bigotry, underscoring a phenomenon I've highlighted in the past. Trump and his minions are trying to spread their anti-trans agenda through black communities. How do you guys feel about that? So the idea is just that black people are quote unquote pro-trans. What does pro-trans even look like or sound like? What are we talking about here? Now, let me ask you guys this question. When it comes to these kind of discussions, what news organization, Fox or CNN, has brought legitimate black pundits on camera or on a news stream, a news segment to actually discuss these things? You saw The Hill, they bring on Sabby Sabs all the time. You know what I'm saying? I just saw a reaction video to Fox News. They brought on a content creator that is part of the Geeks and Gamers network called Nerdrotic, right? But when do any of these organizations ever bring anybody who represents us on their shows? They don't. And the reason why is because they're not supposed to. They're never supposed to have an authentic black opinion or black voice, which is one of the reasons why we have to grow our platforms larger than theirs so that we can out-talk them and repeat our message to more people. And then once we become that big of a threat, and then they want to start having conversation with us, we deny them access. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. People can sit there, you know what I'm saying, and act like this stuff that I'm saying isn't true or isn't legit. But if it's not true or it isn't legit, then why is it that we've been dealing with the same problems for forever? How long have we been dealing with the same problems? The reason why is because it's easy to scramble communications if you have people that don't actually represent the interests of people go on TV and take up time on a segment and give the public perception of a false narrative. So if you ask me, anytime, and I gotta agree. Shout out to P. Burley. P. Burley says Sabby Sabs is mainly focused on Palestine, not her fellow Black Americans. Facts. If you guys agree with P. Burley, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Big facts. And here's my thing, right? It's nothing wrong. There is something ideologically wrong, if you ask me. But again, this is America. It's a free country, so she's free to do that, right? However, it's a problem when her politics lead her to do that, and then she gets on the Hill and is acting like she's the Black outreach person. You're not the Black outreach person. You're a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? Which again, as long as you're honest about that, that's fine. But that's what you should be talking about. Don't go on the Hill and try to talk to the Hill about what Black people are doing when you're all about Palestine more so. You're not part of the grassroots. Yeah, she had Yvette Carnell on there yesterday. I saw that she had Yvette Carnell on there. You know what I'm saying? Now, my thing is that she should offer more of a platform to people like Yvette Carnell. She should have Tariq on there. She should have TBA on there. You know what I'm saying? Like actual Black roots pundits. She should have TD on there. Shit. TD getting close to 100,000 subs. You know what I'm saying? She need to have him on there. But what you guys will see is that these kind of people will make an effort to block people out. They try to block people out. Now, that's actually doing outreach. Have Philip Scott on there. I always forget about Philip Scott. You know what I'm saying? Have him on there. Torian. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's my question. Why do you all think that they avoid people like that? Can you guys tell there's a concerted effort to avoid people like that? Why is there a concerted effort to avoid people like that? You know, it's wild when it comes to like the conservative space, wannabe conservatives and grifters, even liberals and Democrats. You know, a lot of those people, they attack people like us for no reason. I mean, what you sitting up there attacking us for? You know what I'm saying? When they talk about disinformation and misinformation, they're talking about channels like mine. This is disinformation. Are you serious? Show me some there's people in here that's been watching me for a very long time. Where's some disinformation at on my channel? Show me. When it comes to any topic that I talk about, crypto, red pill critique, politics, where's some disinformation and some misinformation at? Immigration, where? What have I said that's been blatantly false, where people have said, yeah, Robb is just lying about this? Where's it at? Where's it at? These political pundits will sit there and say that people are coming with misinformation and disinformation simply because we have a YouTube channel and we don't work for a network, yet they'll never show anything that is misinformation or disinformation that's come from our channels. What is the misinformation? What is the disinformation? You know what I'm saying? Somebody make it make sense. And this is why I say, you know, if I ever get big enough to where one of these, you know, organizations will notice me, if they call my platform misinformation, we're suing them. You know what I'm saying? We're suing them. We're gonna drag them through the mud until they drown. Theoretically. YouTube manual reviewer. Shout out to Moxie approved. You know what I'm saying? The narrator claims Trump will protect our daughters' sports teams from men competing against women and stop the sexualization of children. I think that this is something that people are validly concerned about. Would you guys agree? I think that a lot of people are concerned about a lot of this stuff going on with the ability of children to make their own decisions about these life-changing surgeries without the consent of their parents. How many people are parents? How many people would be thrilled if their daughter, who is 6 years old, came home with a beard? I would. You know, hey, I would. I'd be extremely concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? Experts who oversee women's sports have said trans people's involvement doesn't rank anywhere near the industry's top issues. And let's just say that Trump is an unusual choice when making the case against sexualizing children. The ad is an obvious attempt to indoctrinate Black voters with a MAGA worldview, but it was so packed with bigoted propaganda, it felt like it needed a disclaimer at the end, like a prescription drug ad. Perhaps a fast-talking narrator at the end could note that side effects of electing Trump include attacks on Black election workers, installation of judges who've gutted Black voting rights. And again, what is this? Gutted Black voting rights. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you all have been turned away from voting? Shout out to John Guillory. John Guillory said, I would. I would.
Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing?
Swallowing, goggling.
I would. Oh, That's hilarious. Got him. Got him. Oh man. Oh man, that's hilarious, man. Look at this. Accusations against largely black cities of election fraud, vows to shield police accused of violent misconduct. Now, this is one thing that's true, right? Trump believes that police officers should literally be immune to any type of punishment, even if they do something wrong. We all know that this is true. If you guys didn't see, check out the stream that Moxie Approved did last night. You know what I'm saying? Open association with neo-Nazis and white supremacists and a full-on attack on black history in schools and routine public attacks on black women. So, you know, again, what's interesting about this is that all of this is stuff that the Democrats have done as well. Let me ask you guys this question. Would you all call the 94 crack bill? Shout out to Moxie for being in here, by the way. What's good with it, bro? Would you all call the 94 crack bill an assault on black men? If you guys would, give me a thumbs up. If you guys wouldn't, give me a thumbs down. Let me know what y'all think. So, let me see. Hold on. Next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at some of this interesting. We're gonna look at some of this interesting misrepresentation. All right. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, yeah. Let's look at this one ad right here real quick again. Shout out to David Brown. What's good with you, bro? So again, here's my question for you guys. Why is Democrat misinformation never called out alongside of Republican misinformation? Because they both put out the same amount of disinformation. Why is that? Shout out to Miss Nisi and shout out to Sunkiss. What's good with y'all? Beware of stories spreading misinformation of black men being fed up with Joe Biden and the Democrats. Let me ask you guys this question. Is that misinformation? Is that if that's misinformation, give me a thumbs up. If it's not misinformation, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs down. Let me ask y'all this. To all the men in the comment section, how many of you all are fed up with Joe Biden and the Democrats? To all the women in the comment section, how many of y'all are fed up with Joe Biden and the Democrats? I think that there's a lot of people who are fed up with Joe Biden and the Democrats. However, that doesn't mean that everybody's about to jump ship to Trump. Because if you ask me, Trump got to be held accountable for hosting the voter constituency that he does. You got to be held accountable for that, bro. You got to be held accountable for that. You sitting back with a bunch of KKK members, you know what I'm saying? You sitting back with a bunch of WS, you sitting back with a bunch of Nazis, and then you want to sit there and say, yeah, y'all can come over here and join us. You out your mind. You out your mind. Why would anybody do that? Because that's exactly what y'all host. Trump already said it. You know what I'm saying? There's some good people who are, you know what I'm saying, WS. I disagree with that. There's no good WS at all. At all. WS of color, black WS, and heritage WS. None of them are good. And another thing that we got to ask Trump is that we should expect the majority of Trump supporters to be like Charlie Kirk until proven otherwise. Is that fair? I mean, they want to say all the most crazy stuff with their chest out. They want to sit there and talk about how they have an issue with DEI, right? They want to sit there and talk about how they don't like black people. We commit all the crimes. With their chest out, they want to be Charlie Kirk clones, right? I bet. My question for Trump is, what kind of black people do you want supporting you, bro? You want actual black people supporting you, or you want the Greg Foreman's, Candace Owens, and the the Greg Formans, the Candace Owens, and the Officer Tatums? Who you want? Because then we're not the same. You know what I'm saying? And I'll tell you what, those kind of people that he has as his black representatives, they're a very small minority of black people. And what's interesting about it is those supposed to be the good black people, but they the ones sitting up there saying that black people can relate to a mugshot. Make sure y'all show Miss Niecy some love for the 8 months of membership support. Definitely appreciate it. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Miss Niecy. Definitely appreciate it. So think about that. We gotta ask these questions. So my question is, what is if Trump is to get some votes from black people, what are you going to do with the embarrassment black people that you have on your squad? And what are you going to do with your Klan members? What are you going to do with them? Yeah, and I got to agree. Shout out to Deneen. We already know what his position is on reparations. We don't even need, I mean, we can ask so we can get a hardcore answer from him, right? We heard what his son said to DJ Academics. I'm going to ask y'all this. What do you guys think that Trump's position on reparations is? Let me know in the comment section what y'all think. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you all haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. We got 38 people watching and we got 39 likes. If we can get the likes to 60, that'd be wonderful. What is Trump's position on reparations? What is Trump's position on anything for black people? Anything at all? Any of these politicians' position on anything for black people is stop being worried about race. That's what they're all of their positions on that is. Shout out to Moxie for being a like enforcer. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Moxie being a like enforcer. Definitely appreciate it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Y'all already know what it is.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
We're not exactly the March of Dimes. You know what I'm saying? So check this out, right? They start off, I want you guys to pay attention here. While black voters' frustrations are real, we can't allow that to be an excuse to let misinformation seep into the ecosystem, our communities, or the ballot box. So again, here's my question. What misinformation? And again, also, we got to talk about the misinformation coming from Democrats as well, because all of these people are playing on stereotypes, the Republicans and the Democrats. This is proof that W people and W controlled organizations cannot coherently communicate with black people without utilizing demeaning stereotypes, which means that if that's the only way that they feel that they can communicate with us, we don't have any responsibility, any reason, or any justification to even honor them the respect of communicating back. They should get shunned. They should get shunned. Facts. Shout out to Miss Niecy. Two sides of the same dirty buzzard. Facts. Flies and fleas falling all off it. You know what I'm saying? Flies and fleas falling all off it with no feathers on the head. Flies and fleas falling all off it with no feather on the head. Now here we go. Let's be perfectly clear. I'm not new to this conversation. I'm true to it. As much time as I spend talking with local, state, and national elected leaders, stakeholders, grassroots organizers, and party officials, I spend even more time hosting and participating events in barbershops and beauty salons and churches, community centers, engaging everyday folks across America where I'm listening a whole lot more than I'm talking. Question, why are we only going to barbershops and beauty salons and churches and community centers? Why is that the only places that we're going? That's the only place that black people exist. What about those of us, since they want to be so damn stereotypical, what about those of us that have braids? I haven't been in a barbershop in decades. I haven't been in a barbershop in decades. I got braids. You know what I'm saying? So you're going to miss me. Gonna miss me with the BS too. What they're doing, they're actually highlighting disparities by this. Why don't you go to the black-owned Fortune 500 companies and talk to them? Why don't you go to black companies that pay the largest amount of taxes in the constituency that they're located? Why don't you do that? Shout out to Sybil. See, these are the questions that we got to ask. Now, let me ask you guys this. Is this misinformation? Is this misinformation? Make it make sense. Engaging everyday folk across America where I'm listening a whole lot more than talking. I've written a few articles here and there about the importance of the black vote, particularly black men. So now who remembers that clip from MSNBC where the black guy, he was a Democrat, he said black male votes don't matter. We just need to pass up the black male demographic and go look for people of other votes to fill that in and replace it. You guys remember that? They said it right on TV. If you guys remember that being said, give me a thumbs up. If you guys don't remember that being said, then give me a thumbs down. Let me ask you guys this. Have you guys heard any other group of people being just outright spoken about for replacement on a news network that's allegedly pro them? Make it make sense. So that is a perfect segue to lead into what we about to start talking about next. The only thing that they ever do is they try to offer fear-mongering and never anything material. And a lot of people on YouTube, a lot of content creators on YouTube, they do this too. Let me ask y'all this, and there's a reason why I'm asking this. You're going to find out later. If Trump supporters, when Trump won, they decided to January 6th, all the black neighborhoods in the United States and quote unquote put black people in camps, how many of y'all gonna sit there and take that? How many of y'all just gonna sit there and stick your hands out and say, go ahead, take me to the camp? How many of y'all about to do that? If you about to go voluntarily, if you about to comply like they always say we should, then give me a thumbs up. If you're not going to comply with that, then give me a thumbs down. Let me know what y'all going to do. But an article I read the other day didn't remind me, as often as I've argued, that black voters are the most consequential voting bloc in America, or that black men are positioned to be the most crucial swing vote in the 2024 election. Now, that's important. Remember, I want you guys to remember, the Democrats on MSNBC said black men should be ignored. Yet here it's saying that black men are positioned to be the most critical swing vote in 2024. Now, here's my question. What should black men do with their vote? What should black men do with their vote? See that? See that? That's the question. Instead, it just further illustrated how quickly misinformation can spread in our community, because our community is the only community where misinformation can spread, and how damaging that misinformation can be. And again, what misinformation? What these people are doing is they're trying to make it where if the information is not coming from a Democrat-funded media organization, it's automatically deemed as misinformation by them sombrerito organizations like the ADL that fund it. Oh yeah. Just wait. There's a reason why I threw that out there. Because we're gonna talk about it. we're gonna talk about it. You know what I'm saying? And now what I want to know, we got to get some more people in here. We got to get some conservatives in here. I want to know which conservative, where you at, that's gonna come to my house and take me to a camp. I want to know. I want you to come into the chat and say it. I'll even drop the link for that.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living!
Come tell me what camp you're gonna take me to. Oh man. Oh man. But here's it. There's more. It's always more. It's always complicated. You know what I'm saying? It's always complicated. As I wrote back in August, it's clear voters of color, particularly black men, are the #1 target for misinformation, disinformation, and voter suppression. And the experts tell us it's only going to get worse in 2024. Now, here's the question. Who are these experts? And when they talk about voters of color, what about, like, why are we splitting this up? Let me ask again, what identifiable misinformation have you all come in contact with? DC Precise said I scared him away with Mum-Ra. That's hilarious. All right. So we're going to go through this, right? Now, before we go any further, let me make it absolutely clear that I don't pretend to speak for all black men, much less the entire black community. That would be more than a little insulting. Furthermore, anyone who spends even a little time in the barber shop, not in the surgical suite, not in the executive office, in the barber shop, will tell you that there's some real frustration out there, even more confusion. Now, as much as conservatives are concerned about black pilots, how come nobody's spending any time in any airplanes? Make it make sense. Will tell you that there's some real frustration out there and even more confusion. Yes, thanks to President Biden and the Inflation Reduction Act, prices are starting to go down. But again, here's the question. Who's responsible for the prices being up? Who's responsible for the 40-year record high consumer price indexes that we've had? That's my question for you guys. Who's responsible for that? But let's be honest, all you need to do is go to the grocery store and you'll see the affordability crisis. Prices are still high and people are still struggling. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Is this an issue that all Americans are dealing with? Or is this an issue that only black Americans are dealing with? Yeah, and that's true, Katsy. But let me ask you guys this. Would you all say that the Russia sanctions compiled onto what Katsy is talking about? Because Biden has been in for the last 4 years. You know what I'm saying? So now here it says, I get that. In fact, I can identify with it because I'm pretty frustrated myself. So I want you guys to pay close attention. All these people are sounding like Charlemagne. And this is what I was telling you guys about a couple months ago when it came to the skeptic grift. Shout out to AB. AB says, what do they talk about in PC barbershop? Hey, what do they talk about in PC barbershops? How come we don't know? We never get the inside information about what's going on at Best Cuts. You know what I'm saying? Why not? How many of y'all ever seen any type of political interviews going on at Best Cuts? Yeah, and I agree with that, Katsy. And one of the reasons why it started with Trump, I would say, is because of C-19 too. Would you guys agree with that? But that's a good question, though. We got to ask about that. What about Asian people? They never talk to Asian people in massage parlors. Why not? And the thing that's interesting is, why is it that these quote unquote representative medias don't ask these questions about why don't they interview representative samples of people in the same locations. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said that Starbucks is where the PC people chop it up at. We're gonna have to have we're gonna have to have when TD over there sipping a latte, we're gonna have to start having him doing on the spot interviews. Would you guys agree? We're gonna have to start making TD our inside person at Starbucks. Oh man, somebody got mad about that, man. They left. You know what I'm saying? TD, my man. I don't know why y'all tripping, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh man. Yeah, the massage parlor campaign stopped. They need to stop in the brothels and talk about what can be done to protect the prostitutes, right? I mean, I don't understand. Make it make sense. The fact is that when Democrats hold small majority like we do now in the Senate, Republicans can still use archaic rules and the filibuster to block major legislation. So here's my question. Why don't Democrats do that? Democrats are mad at Republicans for using a tactic to get stuff done that Democrats just choose not to do. All of these things that they're complaining about Republicans doing, are those not at the disposal of Democrats to be able to do? Democrats could use those things too if they wanted, but they choose not to. Here go the question. Why? Why do they choose not to? And then sit around and cry about it. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what they did with the president's Build Back Better plan and the quote unquote John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And it's pull your hair out of the roots frustrating. Now, again, what is the net effect of the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill supposed to be? We all can vote already. The issue comes to where they're chopping up the districts and changing the constituency makeup of the districts by creating new boundary lines. That's not going to have anything to do with that John Lewis Voting Rights Act. But again, the Democrats fail to use strategy. Well, they do use strategy when it comes to doing stuff that they want to do. But when it comes to stuff that they claim they're trying to do for us, they never use any strategy. So let me ask you this. How long has it been that the Democrats have been, quote unquote, trying to do stuff? I mean, they have a career of trying and never actually getting anything accomplished. So now it says some folks are frustrated, some are angry, some are confused, and some aren't feeling this election at all. I get that, but we can't let that be an excuse to let this kind of misinformation seek into the ecosystem, our communities, or the ballot box. Again, what misinformation is, quote unquote, seeping into the ecosystem? What misinformation? That's the question. For example, the article argues that Black men are frustrated with President Biden and the Democrats because they have failed to deliver on things like student debt relief, police reform, and voting rights. That in itself right there is actually misinformation. These are things that most people don't care about. Let me ask you guys this question. How many of you all are just pissed? It's the first thing that you wake up with on your mind that the student debt relief program didn't pass. That just runs your day. How many of you guys are on that? That just irks everybody's soul to the grain. Police reform and voting rights. We all have voting rights. Again, why do they keep repeating the same nonsense? So what element of this is misinformation? What element of this is misinformation? Shout out to Volvo. I'm with Volvo. The reality is that President Biden has delivered. Really? Now, what has President Biden delivered? What, if we don't believe that he's delivered, then we ain't black?
You ain't black.
What is President Biden? What is President Biden delivered? Anytime reparations is brought up to President Biden, what has President Biden done? What has he done when it comes to a conversation about reparations and Joe Biden? Oh, I get right on that. Right? I'll get right on that. That's not what happens. What about things that are not reparations? See, here's where the gauge should come in, right? The gauge should come in is that people need to pay attention to what Biden does respond to versus what he absolutely refuses to respond to. Yeah, facts. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. President Biden always switches the conversation to immigration. Facts. Super facts. That's what he does. You know what I'm saying? He has signed more than 24 executive orders to deliver $146 billion in student debt relief to 4 million Americans. Again, what does this do specifically for Black people? What does this specifically do? Let me ask you guys this question. What's more specific, an AAPI hate crime bill or a cover everybody $146 billion student debt declaration? Now, remember, when it comes to the AAPI hate crime bill, that's something that they said that they can't do, but they did it anyway. Can't do something based on race. Can't do something based on race if it has to do with the Black race. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Brooklyn Queen said, I'm so tired of them insulting our intelligence. Facts. If you guys agree with Brooklyn Queen, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to pay very close attention to how what they're doing is they're calling accurate information misinformation, and they're calling disinformation actual information. Okay? And I would say, yeah. Shout out to Robin Ann Battle. Robin Ann Battle said, Deneen, that is a question revoting that I'm horrified that has to be reaffirmed. Are they hoping that we all disappear? Yeah. They're hoping that we will all disappear or that we will create self-erasure through identification. Literally everybody else is encouraged to be proud of their ethnicity and proud of their race. And if we simply say anything or defend ourselves from any type of attack on our validity, we're quote unquote race obsessed. Well, here's the news flash. Even if people want to call us race obsessed, I mean, that's literally what we've been attacked on the basis of ever since this country has been around. So in my opinion, it doesn't matter if we're race obsessed or not. You tend to focus on what people have historically attacked you based on. That's what some burritos do. That's what literally most groups of people who've dealt with widespread systemic attacks do. They focus on those areas that the majority has attacked them based on. So yeah, again, using shaming language like you're race obsessed. Oh, well, what you going to do to stop me? How come you didn't have an issue with the race obsession when the race obsession was making laws stopping us from having full participation in the United States? If you didn't have it back then, I really don't care what you got to say about it now. Would you guys agree? That's fair? And people got to start taking a hard line stand on this kind of stuff, man. It's got to be a hard line stand across the board. You know what I'm saying? So this, you know, we don't really need to finish this because this is a long article basically saying a bunch of policies that Biden passed and then turning around and saying, but these are things that were done on our behalf. And these are things that were done on behalf of the entire American population, which is completely different than things being done specifically on our behalf. If they want us specifically as a voting bloc, you got to do stuff specifically for us. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at some more misinformation. Coleman Hughes on his definition of color blindness when it comes to race. Let me ask you guys this. What is the purpose of this idea of quote unquote color blindness? And here's my question. How do you have quote unquote color blindness and then the whole idea of we're going to cry because it's not okay to be white? How many people have ever seen those shirts and all of that stuff? It's okay to be white. It's always been okay to be white. What are these people talking about? Name me a time in the United States when it hasn't been okay to be white. Matter of fact, there was a time when literally they were the only people legally considered human in the United States. You know what I'm saying? But let me ask you guys this question. Why would The View bring on Coleman Hughes as a representative of Black Americans? Why is that? See, we got to get down to the nitty gritty of that. And why is it that the Black people who are on The View, why is it that they didn't say, well, what's your ethnicity? And again, you know, not to encourage any diaspora wars or anything like that, but it's very important because if you're not the same ethnicity, then you're going to have a different historical understanding and a different historical appreciation of things the way that they've occurred in the United States. We're going to talk about more people than just Coleman Cruz. And I got to agree. I got to agree with P. Burley. P. Burley says because platforming is influence peddling on the sly. Facts. If you guys agree with P. Burley, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Facts.
That I should ask you to do is explain to folks what you mean by this. Arguments for a colorblind America. What do you mean when you say that?
So a lot of people equate colorblindness to I don't see race or to pretending not to see race. I think that's a big mistake. We all see race, right? And we're all capable of being racially biased. So we should all be self-aware to that possibility. My argument is
we all didn't create and benefit laws by focusing on race. We all didn't do that. The reason why a lot of these conversations exist today is because of the long-lasting benefit that the idea of race and the idea of discrimination has created legacy wealth for a lot of people in the United States, and it's created legacy being broke for other people in the United States. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree with that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit the bell, and please share the stream to your social media. We got 40 people watching and we got 50 likes. Let's try to get the likes to 70.
Is not for that. My argument is that we should try our very best to treat people without regard to race, both in our personal lives and our public policy. Of course. And the reason I wrote this book, thank you.
Oh, snap. Shout out to my man PD that remains for standing on business. Make sure y'all show some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the march of dimes.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around. I'm rich, bitch.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Standing on business. Shout out to my man Yoshi Mori for being a member for 20 months. Make sure y'all show him some love for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate it.
The reason I wrote this book is because in the past 10 years, it has become very popular to, in the name of anti-racism, teach a kind of philosophy to our children and in general that says your race is everything, right?
Let me ask you guys this. How many people were taught that in their home? If you were taught, quote unquote, that your race is everything in your home, give me a thumbs up. If you were not taught that, give me a thumbs down. If you ask me, there's only one group of people who've been taught that their race is everything, and that's the people who literally can use their skin color like a charge card. And I'll tell you who that is. It definitely ain't us. If that's the case, if that's the case, if we can use our skin color as charge card, then why do we have a negative racial wealth gap? Quantize, quote unquote, black privilege, like white people always try to say that there's a such thing as black privilege. Quantize it. You can quantize white privilege by the racial wealth gap. Would you guys agree? You can also quantize it by all of the negative effects that anti-black laws have caused black people from the inception of the law until today. Can you do that for other groups of people? Just saying.
And I think that is the wrong way to fight racism. And that's why I wrote this book at this time.
I'm sorry, baby. Can I just point out?
There's nobody in the United States that's interested in fighting racism, except for some of the people that it affects. Because not even all the people that racism affects are interested in fighting it. Only some. Let me ask you guys this question. Out of all of the people that are affected by racism, what honest percentage do you think of those people are interested in actually fighting it? There's a difference between wanting to be comfortable versus actually going heads up. I think that there's a larger majority of people that want to be comfortable versus people that want to be heads up. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Out that there is a reason for that. You know, when I went to school, getting any information about anyone's race was not taught. History, there was no black history. None of those things were taught. And here in America, 100 years ago when I was a young woman, that's how people saw you. That's how they judged you. So I think, I don't want to say...
They didn't naturally see you as that and judge you as that. They did that because there was a set of laws that have been put into place since before the United States was a country, since the Maryland and Virginia colonies. So again, let me ask you guys this question. Are we dealing with misinformation right here? And I want you guys to pay close attention to how YouTubers like Abba and Preach always downplay stuff like this. And ask yourself the question, why is it that they do that? Why is it that they do that? Because I think it's important. Because again, one of the most important things, if you're dealing with a situation, if you're dealing with a war, you have to disarm the weapons, right? And all of these things, all of these people, these are all weapons. Okay.
It's your youth, but I think you have a point, but I think you have to also take into consideration what people have lived through in order to understand why there has been such a pointing of very specific racial things, like women couldn't get into colleges. If you were a black person, there are a lot of colleges wouldn't accept you.
How is it? Did you hear what she just said? So she goes and says there's a lot of racial things, and then she says if you're a woman, you couldn't get into college. So again, we got to ask the question: what is Whoopi Goldberg talking about, and why is this kind of plebiscite babbling acceptable and not called out as disinformation?
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite babbling.
Why is that okay? Somebody make that make sense.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite babbling.
Right. You see that? If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Carlton said, Whoopi slipped in white women. I see you. Yeah. When allegedly talking about black people, like it doesn't make any sense.
Have lived through in order to understand why there has been such a pointing of very specific racial things. Like women couldn't get into colleges. If you were a black person, there were a lot of colleges.
Specific racial things like women couldn't go to college. That's a racial thing. That's seriously. We gotta break this down. This is their accurate information that's calling out other platforms like mine, who, you know, are not worthy of an audience of over 100 people to watch, as disinformation. You know what I'm saying? So who is she talking about here? Seriously. We got to break this down.
Just wouldn't accept you, trying to equal the playing field. I think that's what a lot of folks have been trying to do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I think that's your experience, and that's valid. You know, as a counterpoint, when
now again he says, I think that's your experience, and that's a valid counterpoint. Which again, if you have laws that are nationwide, how is that quote unquote just her experience? What do you guys think? We have to break this down. We have to break this down line by line. And see, the thing is that in most cases, you know, people don't want to break this stuff down line by line. People don't, they don't care enough. But remember, hey, if you don't fight, then you lose. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. We appreciate you. Yeah, if you guys agree with Terrence, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. He just dismissed her on national TV. So here's the even better question, right? Everybody criticized. Do you guys remember this? I want y'all to pay attention to how people's brains work. Everybody criticized Just Pearly Things for having Nick Fuentes on there and not having anybody on there to counter Nick Fuentes, right? How many people criticized The View for having Coleman Hughes on there and not having anybody on there to counter him? Here's the reality, y'all. Literally nobody cares about anything that we have to say, which is perfectly fine. We don't need to get other people to care about what we have to say. We need to get each other to actually care about the potent information that we talk about so that necessary changes can occur. There's too many people that do content because they want acknowledgement and they want focus from these other groups of people, and that's cool and that's nice and that'll blow you up because it'll get other people engaged. But that's not the answer for making improvement. The answer for making improvement is for cultivating people who are tough enough to maintain putting the pressure on until you actually force people to give you what you're supposed to get. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about to sit here and gaslight people. You know what I'm saying?
When I was in 5th grade, we all watched Roots together.
Yeah.
In public school.
Yeah.
So these
so
are
again, notice he's saying the same thing as Just Pearly Things. We're not going to reference any of the laws that were in place. We're not going to reference Dirty Little Secrets by Dr. Claude Anderson. We're not going to reference anything. For the comfort of our audience, we're going to make Roots legitimate and cited history, when everybody knows that Roots is a creation of Alex Haley. But look what they're doing to it for comfortability purposes of the fragile people. Shout out to Deneen Grant. Deneen Grant said he is so dumb. He is really dumb, for real.
So dumb. You are really dumb, for real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb, for real.
For real.
Different experiences. I think it's also different generations. It's different parts of the country, right? We have very different cultures all living together in one country. So I'm not going to deny that. But I view this notion of a colorblind society similar to the idea of a peaceful society, which is to say it's an ideal.
So we actually had, shout out to AB. Shout out to AB. Shout out to AB, because this dives down into a rabbit hole that we actually got into a long conversation about in the Discord. I want y'all to pay close attention to this.
One country, so I'm not going to deny that. But I think I view this notion of a colorblind society similar to the idea of a peaceful society, which is
how do you enforce peace? How peaceful is peace actually? How peaceful is peace? Let me ask you guys this. During the civil rights era and slavery, would you guys say that society was very peaceful for white people? The conflicts were reduced because they had total control over everybody around them in their vicinity? So now, when is a time in human history when people have voluntarily all together agreed on peace, quote unquote? Now, my question for you is, how do you enforce the idea of peace, and what makes peace? Peace is what an individual or a group of people see as a conflict-free situation for them, right? But the question is, who is the them? There you go. Shout out to Carlton. If you guys agree with Carlton, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, then give me a thumbs down. Carlton says Coleman Cruz is basically saying, black people, stop fighting white supremacy and things will be peaceful for you. Basically. Because see, if there's peace, who enforces peace? Would you guys agree that peace will not self-sustain? There has to be an outside mechanism that enforces peace, which means that there has to be some type of dictatorship or some type of dictation to enforce an individual's idea of peace. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. So this is very important, because the thing is that people have to be able to understand what's actually being said here.
to say it's an ideal, it's a North Star. And the point is not that we're ever going to get there. We're not going to touch it, but we have to know when we're going forward and when we're going backwards. And we're going backwards when we're doing woke kindergarten in San Francisco. You know, with you didn't hear about this story?
No, but
wait, because I want to get to part of the book. You believe that public policies that address socioeconomic differences would be better at benefiting disadvantaged groups, and that race-based policies often hurt the very people they're trying to help.
What race-based policies? Do you guys notice that when we talk about these quote-unquote race-based policies, nobody can really tell you exactly what race-based policies there are? When they say race-based policies, are they talking about talk about black-on-black crime on the news? What are we talking about here? Facts. And the reason why, shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions says everybody talks about peace, but we're not getting it. That's because there's no such thing as peace. Anytime when there's peace, there's always somebody enforcing and people getting enforced upon. So what peace actually is peace is a convenient situation for a person or another group of people based on control or constraint of another group of people. That's what peace is, ultimately. Who's determining peace in the Middle East? Larger countries that can influence and enact their will, not necessarily the smaller countries that's over there fighting. What is peace? What is actual peace? Seriously. Think about it.
What are some examples of policies that would be better at reducing racial disparities?
So my overall argument is that class, socioeconomics, is a better proxy for disadvantage.
So here's he says class is a better proxy. Was the race-based hierarchy in the United States, and going back as far as the 1500s in Spain, set up to be a visual identifier of class? Is that how a caste system works? So what are we talking about as far as class? And let's ask this question. They like to talk about this with crime. Disproportionately, who's at the lower classes and who's at the higher classes? Disproportionately. So if we're going to talk about disproportionately and use the people who are disproportionate as the face, who's disproportionately at the lower class versus who's disproportionately at the higher class? So again, what is this genius talking about?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
I've got morons on my team.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
Seriously. Now, here goes my question. Why is there so few pieces of content on the internet with people debunking or debating this kind of stuff? I want y'all to think about that. Shout out to Denise.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
That's hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Think about this, though. Think about this. These are questions. These are things that have been piling up for a long time, and people just kind of have sat there, not really done anything. Yeah, I hear you talking, but I ain't gonna say nothing. Why? You know what I'm saying?
All want to help the disadvantaged. And the question is, how do we identify them, right? The default right now in a lot of areas of policy is to use, Black and Hispanic identity as
where. Again, we got a bunch of people in the comment section. Name the laws that are based on race, that are just pouring money into Black people's hands. And so again, also Black people's identity is separate from Hispanic people. So again, why is it that we're always talked about in terms of quote unquote Black and Hispanic? Here's another question. Is a bunch of people complaining about this kind of stuff. What are people actually doing about it? What are people doing to create changes in these narratives? Because the thing is that this is media disinformation and misinformation. What are people doing to actually set records straight besides making YouTube videos and Twitch streams and Twitter posts complaining about it? Who's organizing to deal with any of this disinformation and misinformation? Yeah, I gotta agree. Shout out to PD that remains. Yeah, they think that we're dumb. They think that we're so dumb.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Now, let me ask you guys this. How many people believe that there's a concerted effort inside of mainstream America and within a small segment of Black people to not be able to have actual Black voices have conversations with these people in the mainstream media? Or would you guys say that there's not enough interest? I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination of a lack of interest and a combination of a concerted effort to keep these things from happening. You know what I'm saying?
Is a proxy for disadvantage. And my argument is that you actually get a better picture of who needs help by looking at socioeconomics and income. That picks
now,
out
let me ask you
people
guys this. Let's just look at what Coleman Cruz is saying, right? If you look at socioeconomics and if you look at income, would the identities of who needs the help change significantly? So let's just do it Coleman Hughes's way. Let's do it that way. Let's look at socioeconomic and class. Are the groups of people who are represented at the low ends of the disparities, are they going to change from if you discuss it in terms of race? Are they going to change, or are they going to be the same group of people?
in a more accurate way. Right? So, and
not my question, but when you say that socioeconomics picks out people in a better way than race.
What's wrong with Sonny? Sonny's husband got mad at her and she had to try to fix something at her house herself and she hit her hand with the hammer. What's wrong with Sonny's hand?
case, when you do look at the socioeconomics, you see the huge disparity between white households and black households. You see the huge disparity between white households and Hispanic households. So your argument, and I've read your book twice because I wanted to give it a chance, your argument that race has no place in that equation is really fundamentally flawed, in my opinion.
Well, there's two separate questions. One is whether each racial group is socioeconomically the same. That I agree with you. They're not.
Yeah,
Of
they're
course.
not, and the
The
stats
question
show
is-
that.
Yeah, of course, I agree with that fully. The question is, how do you address that in the way that actually targets poverty the best?
Great.
And what Martin Luther King wrote in his book, Why We Can't Wait.
There we go. What Martin Luther King wrote. What Martin Luther King wrote. What Martin Luther King wrote. Here's my question, guys. Who's going to deal with it? Let me ask you guys this. Being a better person for centuries has gotten people what? What has it gotten anybody? I shouldn't have to make any. I shouldn't have. I've already done these. It just becomes the same content after content after content after content. Like we're stuck in an endless loop of nonsense. And it shouldn't be that way. Would you guys agree? So we got to ask this question. Who creates funds and opens doors for a Coleman Hughes? Who creates funds? Who creates and funds and opens the doors for a Coleman Hughes? Shout out to DSA. Who does that?
Is he called it, we need a Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged. And he said, yes, we should address racial inequality. Yes, we should address the legacy of slavery. But the way to do that is on the basis of class. And that will disproportionately.
So you address the legacy of slavery by not addressing slavery. You address it by addressing class, which there were lower class white people who benefited from Jim Crow and lower class white people who owned slaves. Now, I want you guys to pay very close attention. This is a person who presents as and is chosen by the mainstream media to present as a quote unquote black person. Let me ask you guys, how many times have you guys ever seen like a mixed Asian person representing Asian people, or like a mixed Arabic person representing Arabic people? When have you guys seen that? So again, what we got to ask is, how is it that these people get platformed? The mainstream media has the amount of money to be able to find and fund people like this, to be able to be the false representation. So now the thing is that what are people going to do about it? I've been asking the what are people going to do about this question ever since I started YouTubing. Now here's the thing, right? Why is he doing that? He's doing that because there's a paycheck available. Right? Would you guys agree? The sole purpose of why he's doing that is because there's a paycheck available. There's an infrastructure available for him to be able to do that. Let me ask you guys this question. Across YouTube or across social media, who is trying to advocate for people to create our own infrastructures so we can have complete control over our messages and what's being talked about, and be able to debunk a lot of this misinformation? I would challenge everybody to believe that more people are accepting of the status quo than would like to agree. Because if you ask me, right, it should be blatantly obvious why mainstream media picks out and finds people like a Coleman Cruz, like a Kanye West, You know what I'm saying? Like a Candace Owens, right? Now, if the interest was there, we could do it. But the interest isn't there. And shout out to Phil. Phil says he's doing it because repercussions don't strike fear. Here's my question. What's the repercussion? So he went from here to Joe Rogan podcast and talked about this because this moment went viral. So he went from this platform, made money here, to go to Joe Rogan, made money there. Where is the interest of us creating a value chain where people can jump from platform to platform with their message and make money? Where's the organization? There's only so much that you can do with a StreamYards account. You know what I'm saying?
Fortunately target blacks and Hispanics because they're disproportionately poor, but it will be doing so in a way that also helps the white poor, in a way that addresses poverty as the thing to be addressed.
That part is true, but as you are a student of Dr. King, I'm not only a student of Dr. King, I know his daughter, Bernice, right? So I'm going to get...
Who cares, Sonny? You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? Seriously. Who cares about any of this? You know what I'm saying?
To my question.
Go ahead, go right ahead.
I think the premise is fundamentally flawed. You claim that color blindness was the goal of the civil rights movement, based upon Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech, content of character versus the color of skin. Bernice, Dr. King's daughter, points out that 4 years after giving that speech, actually, Dr. King also said this: a society that has done something special against the Negro for hundreds of years must now do something special for Negroes. He also said in 1968, it was about less than a week before he was assassinated, this country never stops to realize that they owe a people kept in slavery for 244 years. So rather than class, he did write about that earlier on. Right before his death, he made the argument.
Let me ask you guys this question. Is slavery a part of a class system? Is slavery a part of a class system? Being a slave is clearly a part of class, right? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to DeAndre for being a like enforcer. Make sure you guys do what DeAndre is saying and also throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks and some like enforcers in the chat for DeAndre.
Meant for racial equality and racial reparations. And so your argument for color blindness, I think, is something that the right has co-opted. And so many in the Black community, if I'm being honest with you, because I want.
So here's my question: who does she know in the Black community, and what does she consider the Black community? Seriously. So shout out to YGLTB1. What's good with you, bro? So this is what I'm saying. Can we trust anything that the media is saying at all? Let me ask y'all this. How many of y'all have seen Sonny cruising through your hood at spots where you be at? How many of y'all seen Sonny cruising through the hood and spots where you be at? Now, again, we got to make sure, right? Because we all know that when it comes to non-Black people think that the word hood means the ghetto. It doesn't. The hood is short for your neighborhood. So again, how tired of this kind of stuff are people? If people are so tired of it, where is the apparatus to be able to deflect this stuff? If this is going viral, then the rebuttal to it should go viral as well. But don't nobody care about the rebuttal to it. Most people just want to complain that he even made this statement. That's not going to get us anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Believe that you are being used as a pawn by the right and that you're a charlatan of sorts.
He's not a Republican.
So how do you?
He's never voted for a Republican.
You said.
So now again, I want y'all see. Now see Sonny again. And this one of the reasons, even though Sonny be off, a lot of times, like, I don't really be mad at Sonny like that, because as soon as she start going in on somebody, all the other chicks, they start going in on her, trying to get her to be quiet. This is the second time that we've seen that happening now, right? Now, mind you, right, Sonny may be off on what she's saying in a lot of cases, but this is the second time we reacted to The View, and we see it again. Sonny trying to go in. She trying to go in. She might not be the best equipped to, but she trying. You know what I'm saying? And look at who's telling her to be quiet. Y'all see it? Who's trying to shut her up?
That you're a conservative.
No.
No.
Hey, now. Look.
That you're a charlatan of sorts.
He's not a
Well,
Republican.
so how do you?
He's never voted for.
There it is. There it is. Yeah. Now, and shout out to PD that remains. Now, we all know Sonny ain't on point all the time, right? But she be trying when she can. She try to throw it in there, and anytime she do, look who jumps out to try to stop her. And Whoopi Goldberg just sitting back. She just sit back. She sit back like she waiting for Simba to come. Shout out to MC007. What's good with it?
You said that you're a conservative.
No,
No, you did. You actually said that in the podcast that you did 2 weeks ago.
I said I was a conservative.
Yes, you did. So, but my question to you is, how do you respond to those critics?
Okay, let's give it a answer.
First thing I think it's very important. The quote that you just pointed out about doing something special for the Negro, that's from the book Why We Can't Wait that I just mentioned.
Yes.
A couple paragraphs later, he lays out exactly what that something special was, and it was the Bill of Rights for the Disadvantaged, a broad class-based policy.
But he also says you must.
So again, what you guys see right here is that Coleman Hughes does not answer the question or address this directly whatsoever at all. So a bill for handicapped people is going to fix slavery. Make it make sense.
Include race.
No, he didn't. He says it's
yes, he does.
Okay, well, everyone should go read the book Why We Can't Wait. Let's not get sidetracked by that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've been co-opted by anyone. I've only voted twice.
Let's not get distracted by where I'm wrong at. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you guys think that this is a guy that would have all the doors open to him in the suburbs? I mean, like this right here, this is a safe, you know what I'm saying, black dude right here. This is one of the safest. Right. Shout out to AB. And that's who in the comment, anybody got an answer for that? AB Promotion says, why are those women trying to speak for him? Now, you notice they're not trying to speak for Sonny, who is their showmate, their co-worker. They're not trying to speak for her. They're trying to speak for him. Let me ask you guys this question. Do you guys think that these women feel safer around Coleman Cruz or a bear?
Both for Democrats. Although I'm an independent, I would vote for a Republican, probably a non-Trump Republican if they were compelling. I don't think there's any evidence I've been co-opted by anyone, and I think that's an ad hominem tactic people use to not address really the important conversations we're having here. And I think it's better, and it would be better for everyone if we stuck to the topics rather than make it about me with no evidence.
But I want to give you the opportunity to respond to
I appreciate
the criticism.
I appreciate it. There's no evidence that I've been co-opted by anyone. I have an independent podcast. I work for CNN.
Okay, so go ahead and finish making your point. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is what it is. So now here's my question, right? This is the question that we got to deal with. And I've been asking this question since before election season came. And election season is here now. So what are people going to do to stop this? Because he's not the only one. And it doesn't seem like anything that's being done is really effective. Like these people just continue to do this.
And as an analyst, I write for the Free Press. I'm independent in all of these endeavors, and no one is paying me to say what I'm saying. I'm saying it because I feel it.
Alyssa, You have the question.
Coleman, thanks for being here. So in the past decade, it feels like racial tensions have gotten worse. Do you see it that way?
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all agree with her? Racial tensions have gotten worse? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Let me ask you guys this question. How many white people are victims of hate crimes? How many black people are victims of hate crimes? Let me ask you guys this. Has there been a time in American history where the number of hate crimes against black people have decreased? That's my question. Shout out to YGLTB1. YGLTB1 says, the same media that is now praising and quoting Dr. King is the same media back during segregation that was saying he was a communist. Remember, they used to call him Marxist Luther King and an enemy to the country. Make it make sense. Facts. If you guys agree with YGLTB1, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to AB Promotions. AB Promotions says, is it just me or anyone else smell bussy? I smell bussy. Is that you, Coleman? I smell bussy. Oh, man.
Turn this bitch up!
Swing the remix god!
I'll tear this bitch up! Turn this bitch up! I will! Turn this bitch up! I will! Turn this bitch up! I'll tear this bitch up!
Oh, man.
You attribute it to?
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at all the data, it finds that race relations were getting better until about 2013. That year, you had majority of Black, Hispanic, and white Americans saying race relations were good, and then you just see it nosedive. And 2013, people like to blame, Republicans like to blame Obama. It wasn't his fault. Democrats like to blame Trump. It was actually just technology. We all got social media and
technology. Now, let me technology. What do you guys think about this? It was technology that did it. Technology made race relations worse.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling. Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
How many people agree with that?
Smartphones, and we had videos being promoted in the algorithm that were unrepresentative, and it created this impression that racism was on the rise when in fact it had been on the decline for decades.
And it
Do you
allowed
attribute that at all to foreign actors getting involved in technology?
Yes, Russia tries to meddle, absolutely.
So again, is in Russian bots. It's Russia and China's fault. Y'all hearing this? How much of this is legitimate?
But I don't think we can blame foreign actors. This is a homegrown problem.
Okay, I have a question, because you write that the anti-racism movement, there are a couple of people, I don't even know who they are, maybe
Robb and D'Angelo.
Robb and D'Angelo,
Yeah.
Ibram Kendi, for instance.
Okay, well, you say that is just another form of racism, and you even say it has a lot in common with white supremacy. How can you compare those two things? You talk about anti-racism, you're comparing it to white supremacy.
So again, I want people to decode this. Right. And again, we got to ask the question, who benefits off of these anti-racism movements? Because it's not us. I actually have done videos about this stuff, showing all of the groups of people that make tons of money. Who's making all of the money off of the anti-racism initiatives in the United States? Who's making the money?
Because they both view your race as an extremely significant part of who you are. So white supremacists, they obviously say, we all know what they say, okay? Neo-racists like Robb D'Angelo, they say that to be white is to be ignorant, for example.
Now, that's interesting, right? Because as you guys know, I completely disagree with that. I don't believe or agree with quote unquote white people, quote unquote, being ignorant. If that was the case, you wouldn't have white people making so many facetious calls to the police. If that's the case, you wouldn't have people just busting out into tears for no reason to try to get other people deleted, right? They know exactly what's going on. You guys remember Durante White, that mixed dude that got shot up in Minnesota by I think her name is Kimberly Potts, something like that. She was a police officer. Now, Durante Wright, I'm sorry, his mom was white. And she said in the court, her white woman tears didn't matter. So if they don't know anything about it, how is it that this lady that's the mother of a mixed kid know anything about white woman's tears? She said the quiet part out loud. And if anybody don't believe that that's something that she actually said, go look up the press conference that they had with her after the trial. So how do people say things like that if they don't know these things? I don't think that anybody should be afforded the luxury of ignorance, especially things that the United States has centuries-long histories of. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is a racial stereotype, and I want to call a spade and say this is not the style of anti-racism we have to be teaching our kids.
And shout out to DSB. Definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat.
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, pa.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch!
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Shout out to DSB. DSB says they are so full of ish. Facts. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down.
We should be teaching them that your race is not a significant feature of who you are. Who you are is your character, your value, and your skin color doesn't say anything about that.
So that's interesting, right? How come he doesn't say that when it comes to white people trying to attribute low IQ and crime rates to race? You guys notice that? Race is never important when it comes to black people addressing the disparities, but when it comes to white people and other groups of people attempting to discredit black people, race is the most important thing. You guys notice that? So what we got to do is we got to put the pressure on these people and ask, which one is it? Which one is it? But again, there's so many people that are so scared of any type of confrontation, it's not really a guarantee if we will, quote unquote, get any of these things. You know what I'm saying? We have to start dealing with people that are a little bit stronger willed. Would you guys agree? Hold on real quick. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. We got to start dealing with people that got a backbone. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my man, the 6'4", with the $10 super chat. Make sure y'all show 6'4" some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for the 6'4".
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, pa.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Appreciate you, bro. They've been using fear tactics and stereotypes. Fear tactics and stereotypes to derail the direction of where we plan on going. And we got to make sure that we do not allow that to happen. Shout out to Lewis Knowles. What's good with it, bro? So what we about to do next is, because we're going to talk about Coleman Cruz a little bit later on. Let me ask y'all this. If y'all want me to do a live stream later on tonight, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. I was thinking about doing a live stream later on tonight. Y'all know I just ain't really been feeling YouTube lately. I ain't been in the mood. You know what I'm saying? Just be annoyed. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to MC007. I definitely appreciate it, bro. Make sure that y'all show MC007 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for MC007. Damn. Hold on real quick. All right, here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Keep it. Hold on real quick. Keep it player.
I'm an old Mac from way back.
Keep it playing.
One of the original players from the Himalaya.
Oh man, that's the best, man. Shout out to MC007. I appreciate it. So check this out. How many people heard about this? We're gonna take a deep dive into this because this is just irritating as all hell. Star of sitcom Blackish claims Trump will put people in camps if he's reelected and says this MF is Hitler. I don't care who Trump is. I don't care about none of that. Ain't no damn body putting me in no damn chains. And shout out to Phil. Make sure y'all show Phil some love. My bad, DC, but I appreciate you too, bro. Shout out to Phil. Make sure y'all show Phil some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat, bro. You already know. Without that,
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Oh man, definitely appreciate it. Make sure y'all show Phil some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Phil. Hold on real quick. Let me see what we got here.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Cash rules everything around me. Queen, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
Shout out to you, bro. Definitely appreciate it. So yeah, man. Jennifer Lewis, who is 67, called Trump Hitler in a recent interview on Sirius XM. Now, let me ask you guys this. Is this trying to play on people's fears? And again, if you're going to say that about Trump, which, you know, it is what it is, I wouldn't necessarily defend Trump from that type of thing, right? But we got to say the same thing about Biden. So if she's going to say this about Trump, my question is, what is your thoughts about Joe Biden? And real quick, shout out to everybody that's watching. I appreciate you guys. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, make sure you guys take a moment and hit the bell. But now my question is, they're offering nothing and trying to scare people into voting for Biden. You got to do something more for me than just try to scare me. I'm sorry. One of the stars of the hit sitcom Blackish, has claimed that Donald Trump will put black people in camps if he's reelected, and she also called him the mustache guy. Hold on, I'm going to try to stop this so that there's less going on there. All right, cool. On Thursday, actress Jennifer Lewis, 67, sat down with Zerlina Maxwell, host of the radio show Mornings with Zerlina on Sirius XM. Lewis began by calmly discussing voter apathy, but then she appeared to lose her temper and invade against Trump and Trump voters. All right. So you guys remember when Maxine Waters did this in the last election? See, this is what I can't stand this. What we gonna do real quick, we're gonna look at this and then we're gonna stop using this article from Daily Mail and we're gonna look at something else. Let me see, hold on real quick. Hey, who want one of these Cadillac cars? I ain't even gonna lie, I wouldn't mind one for real. Hold on real quick.
Fight you. All we want to do is feed our children. And be equal. But honey, white people are scared.
And again, I'm not with this equal message. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DeAndre. Make sure y'all show DeAndre some love. Throw some like enforcers in the chat. And shout out to DSB. And yeah, facts, bro. If you guys agree with DSB, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I agree 100%, bro. Big facts.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
DSB said, I don't know about y'all, but I don't scare that easy. Facts. Facts. Now here goes the question, right? What kind of talk is that? Yeah, in fact, I gotta agree 100% with AB Promotions. Facts. That's a stupid statement. Trump was president already. Facts. Now that's standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to AB. AB said that's a stupid statement. Trump was already president. Facts. Now, again, I would go as far as saying that that's like them putting out an article like this. That's misinformation. That's misinformation. Now, Daily Mail is messing up my computer. I wanted to read that article, but it's all good though. We're gonna take a look at your boy, Dr. Rashad Richey. Dr. Rashad Richey with his artificial channel. You know what I'm saying? How many of y'all watch Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey? If y'all watch that, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, give me a thumbs down. You know what I'm saying? We might have to start roasting and reacting to Dr. Rashad Richey again. You know what I'm saying? Now let me we'll get there in a little bit. We'll get there in a little bit.
Jennifer Lewis, comedian extraordinaire, actress extraordinaire, remarkable human being, said Trump will put black people in camps.
Now, mind you, she's not a political pundit extraordinaire. She's not a political strategist extraordinaire. She's not a quote unquote MAGA concentration camp survivor. She's none of those things. Right? Let me ask you guys this. Why does this media put so much stock into what these quote unquote celebrities who are already, in a situation most likely financially a lot better than we are? Why do they put so much stock in what they have to say? That's my question for you guys. Let me know what you guys think. Dr. Richey be crying all day long. You would think that the only thing that we have to worry about is Karens if you watch his channel. The biggest issue facing Black America is Karens. Now, mind you, Karens are an issue, but I mean, is it the biggest issue? Is it the biggest issue? You know what I'm saying? She sounds unhinged. Facts. And she's yelling at everybody. I don't need people to yell at me. You know what I'm saying? I'm one of those people who, like, if you start yelling at me, I'm going to be like, who you talking to? I'm that person that'll always cause problems. Oh, why didn't you just let them say what they had to say? Because who are they talking to? Like, why are you yelling at me like that? You know what I'm saying? Seriously. Make it make sense.
Here it is.
Dear God, what have we done? Oh, I'll tell you what we've done. We've spent time trying to decide what flavor ice cream we're going to get. Because there are 10,000 flavors.
Right.
We spend half our lives choosing, trying to make a choice.
All right. Okay.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
She ASMR plebiscite babbling.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
What movie tonight? Let me sit here for a half hour. No bombs going off. And we do nothing. We sit on our couches. Oh, I don't believe in voting. You idiot.
Who's she talking to? Who is she talking to? Let me ask you, and again, this is one of the reasons why I do reaction videos, not only to this type of content, but to content from other content creators and people who aren't Black. So you can see the difference between how people are talked to. Yeah, I would agree with PD that remains. She definitely talking to FBA. She definitely talking to the people that don't see any value in a Biden presidency and the people that don't see any value in a Trump presidency. And these people are saying we're not represented. We're going to sit this election out, which is a majority foundational Black Americans, because that's actually what's going on here. So it's interesting, right? The mainstream media has mobilized their Hollywood value chain with non-political experts to try to, quote unquote, literally shut us up. I mean, this is all you have. This is all these people have is name calling. You sitting up there calling us idiots. Oh man. Shout out to DSB. DSB says she better sit her nappy head behind down somewhere.
Get the money, y'all. There are poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Man, they keep getting these damn celebrities again and and they just dumb.
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
DSB said, if you don't sit your nappy head behind down, you better. Oh, man, that's hilarious.
If that man gets in,
oh, man.
as soon as he takes...
Oh man, shout out to YGLTV1 with the 1999 super chat. Make sure y'all show YGLTV1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for YGLTV1 standing on business and being a player.
One of the original players from the Himalaya.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Standing on business.
Silence. Silence. I ain't got no money, pa.
Shout out to YGLTB1. YGLTB1 says, we are unintentionally supporting our own continuous oppression and blatant racism demonstrated against us. Facts. When we support candidates that show you on a daily, they don't have our agenda on their agenda to do anything for us. Super facts. Super facts. If you guys agree with YGLTB1, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That is a fact. And as a result of what YGLTB1 is saying, her calling anyone who doesn't vote because they feel that they're not being represented is blasphemous. Would you guys, if you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
Takes the oath. He will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol. He will take a hammer and break the glass where the Constitution is.
Now, again, he was already president for 4 years and none of this happened. As a matter of fact, I know this is going to sound crazy, but the only time something even remotely close to what happened, what was she talking about, is on his last day. That's the only time anything remotely close to what she said happened was on his last day. You know what I'm saying? On his last day, it was folks walking around acting like they was crazy. You know what I'm saying? But besides that, though, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at the fear-mongering. So don't expect anything. Don't expect your disparities to be dealt with. Don't expect them to do anything for you whatsoever. If you want to stay alive, you better vote for Joe Biden. Now, mind you, under Democrats, that's when the most violent crimes from the police against black people take place, and when hate crimes are up against black people during Democrat tenure in office. Listen to what this lady is saying. Don't expect anything, but you better just vote for Trump, or you better just vote for Biden, or else, you know what I'm saying, there's going to be this extinction effort against you. There's already been an extinction effort against us from both parties. And again, look at who they always have to come out and say this stupidity with their chest. Look at this. She's saying this dumb stuff with her chest. You know what I'm saying?
So dumb. You are really dumb. For real. Oh, you are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
If you expect, yeah, that's why they was calling that campaign last year, Vote or Die. Now, let me ask you guys this question. How many people are scared of some angry white people running around like Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd with a musket? Who's literally scared of that? Y'all saw what it was looking like on January 6th. It was a bad comedy show. Seriously? If that happened if that happened in the city, the little kids would be outside like, "Oh, mommy, daddy, can we have one of the clowns sign their autograph in our book?" Like, literally nobody cares. You know what I'm saying? Literally nobody cares. Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact says, fun fact about Jennifer Lewis. In 1990, Lewis was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I had no idea. I had no idea. Now, why haven't, now I want you guys to pay close attention to this. Democrats have gravitated towards this nonsense, and they're acting as if what she's saying is a fact. This isn't considered misinformation, disinformation, or fear-mongering. My question to you guys is, why not? Why not?
He will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol. He will take a hammer and break the glass where the Constitution is, and he will tear it up in our faces.
There's more video, but some people are outraged by her comments. Jennifer Lewis, what do you mean? That's extreme. It's extreme. He's already done it. He has not physically.
He's already done it. So look at what Rashad Richie is saying. Looks like he's trying to get a bug out of his ear. Fear-mongering. Just don't expect anything. Do not expect anything for your vote. Just understand, we're going to have you running around like Courage the Cowardly Dog. I want you guys to pay very close attention. Democrats are calling black people legacy cowards with this type of language. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. I find it fascinating that Democrats are calling black people legacy cowards when literally everything that we've done is the reason why their party is even relevant at all. Democrats have no talking points without any of the efforts that black Americans did in the 1960s. They don't have a platform at all. And if you ask me, it's time for us to start taking this stuff back. Yeah, facts. This is what I'm saying. Shout out to DeAndre. This is what I'm saying. This individual here just reached 1 million subs too. Who's listening to this? Who's listening to this? Who's listening to this? Glasses all crooked.
Jennifer Lewis, what do you mean? That's extreme. It's extreme. He's already done it. He has not physically broken through the glass, ripped up the Constitution, but he has done it in action.
Shout out to MC Fact. MC Fact said, last fun fact, Jennifer Lewis has revealed that she's been engaged 4 times but never married. Well, you know, it's the guy's problem. She just kept, it was a bunch of narcissists. You know what I'm saying?
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Everybody's a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Duh.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom.
Not to mention the Democrats. They love them some single moms. They love it. They love us. They love the Democrats want that song canceled.
Technology threat with millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable. We just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member.
We just need 1% of the information on this show to be relevant. That would be nice.
There's more.
And say now, I'm the king of the world. You will bow down, bitches. He will punish everybody that...
Hey, that might be a drop right there. You will bow down, bitches.
He will punish everybody that...
Hold on, we gotta get that again in there. You gotta get that one again in there.
World. You will bow down, bitches.
Oh man, I can't bow. I'm broke.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Oh man, that is hilarious. Hold on real quick. Hold on. You will bow down, bitches. Oh, the brain is shot, man. That brain is gone.
World. You will bow down, bitches.
Oh man, that's a great drop, bro. Yeah, that's definitely getting clipped. That's getting clipped immediately after the stream. Man, that is hilarious, man. You will bow down, bitches. Oh man, that is hilarious, man. That is hilarious. Yeah, she was on the TV show Blackish. You know what I'm saying? She was on the TV show Blackish, but she up here acting crackish. She was on the TV show Blackish, but she up here acting crackish.
I don't think you've changed a thing. Go on, jump.
No, I don't want to jump.
Yes, you do. You smoke crack, don't you?
Oh man, you smoke crack, don't you?
He will punish everybody that didn't vote for him. Let me tell y'all how I know this.
Oh.
I know it because I know what mental illness looks like.
Oh. Oh. Ooh-wee. Well, she's definitely she's definitely a credible source on something, right? Man, that just came out of nowhere, didn't it? Look at that.
Let me tell y'all how I know this.
Man, look. It's like another. This was like a demon possession right here. Respect her authority. You better respect my authority. You know what I'm saying? Look.
He will punish everybody that didn't vote for him. Let me tell y'all how I know this.
Uh-oh. Look, the other personality just snapped into place. It just locked in right there.
Punish everybody that didn't vote for him. Let me tell y'all how I know this.
MK. Hey, MK Ultra right there. Did y'all see how it just snapped in? whatever is about to start going on with her, it just snapped in right here.
Everybody that didn't vote him. Let me tell y'all how I know this.
Boom. Now she about to wake up with a completely different personality. Oh man, shout out to James Sumler. What's good with it? Now she about to wake up with the new personality.
I know it because I know what mental illness looks like.
We believe you, sweetheart. We believe you. You have a wonderful mic right in front of you. It's no need to scream like that. We can hear all the little noises that your mouth was making and everything. You don't need to scream. You know what I'm saying? We believe you. We believe you, honey. You know what I'm saying? PD, everybody says, oh, I need to send this to Corey Holcomb. Oh, man. Shout out to Terrence. Terrence says she sounds like whoever is possessing Amanda Seals jumped into her. Listen, man. Listen. Listen. Listen here now. Listen here.
That mania is unstoppable. See, this is Hitler. He didn't come to play.
If you can accept it, her words are prophetic. Put up the picture full mass. Let me give you the breakdown.
Let me ask you guys this question. Are her words prophetic? If her words are prophetic, give me a thumbs up. If they're not prophetic, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Moxie. Did you see that? Did you see that possession that happened right there? Oh yeah. This video is about to get surgically taken apart. This is about to get surgically taken apart.
The upcoming presidential election has everyone voicing an opinion, including beloved actress Jennifer Lewis. I had the great opportunity to meet her in DC a few years ago. Beautiful soul, inside and out. She warned Americans that not voting could result in Donald Trump being reelected. The Blackish Star also compared the twice impeached ex-president to the former dictator of Germany, Adolf Hitler.
Shout out to DSB. DSB said Sheila Jackson Lee's sister. That's hilarious. You shouldn't have said that.
I shouldn't have said
that. You shouldn't have said that.
What kind of shit is that?
Oh man, make sure y'all show DSB some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emojis, some ducks in the chat for DSB standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Standing on business. Appreciate you, bro.
Who, by the way, Donald Trump has a lot of good feelings about. During an interview on the Sirius XM radio show Mornings with...
Yeah, I got to agree. I got to agree with James Sumler. Shout out to James. If you guys agree with James, the fear-mongering does not work anymore. Give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. I agree 100%, bro. The fear-mongering does not work anymore. They need to stop. Let me ask you guys this. I want you guys to just picture this. The very party that says that they're there to quote-unquote preserve democracy is the very party that's trying to use quote-unquote fear-mongering as a mechanism to influence getting more votes. Isn't that irony? If that's not irony, I don't know what is. You know what I'm saying?
Zerlina, this was on April 5th. Big ups to Zerlina. I happen to work at Sirius XM myself. Hitler was responsible for the deaths of at least 6 million Jewish people throughout Europe at concentration camps built for genocide. Lewis believes Trump would put Black people in camps if he won the 2024 election. Trump was impeached for asking Ukraine President Zelensky in 2019 to investigate Joe Biden and his son, Hunter, in an effort to hinder Biden's chances in the 2020 election. He got away with it. He got impeached, but he got away with it.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that Ukraine thing. What do you guys think about that Ukraine thing? Shout out to YGLTB1. Make sure y'all show YGLTB1 some love. If it wasn't for him, y'all already know how it would be looking out here.
I can't eat. I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke.
Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to you, bro. Definitely appreciate it. YGLTB1 says, I have had relatives, namely the women in my family, that tell me how evil and demonic Trump is, which I didn't argue. However, when you mention the other candidates' demonic legislation, the excuse is, well, nobody's perfect, which is very important. And again, that's something that we got to tackle, right? That's something that we got to tackle. Shout out to my man Kurt. Kurt said Rashad Ritchie, a lot of BS in that bullpen. Facts. It should be called the BS pen. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you all think that there is some concerning questions that need to be answered about Hunter Biden and his involvement in the Ukrainian company Burisma? I think that there are some questions about that situation that actually do need to be answered. Would you guys agree? There's some concerning stuff about that. And I got to agree. Rashad Ritchie is absolutely another Democrat shill. Shout out to the people that's been watching my channel for a long time. MC Fact been around forever, man. I've been going in on Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Back in the day, I used to call him Roland Martin 2.0 because he's like the upgraded, cleaned up, and polished version of Roland Martin. Would y'all agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And my thing is, honestly, I'm more disappointed in Dr. Rashad Ritchie than I am in a Roland Martin because, you know, like, no offense to Roland Martin, but I don't think that Roland Martin is like, a naturally quote unquote smart guy. And I'm not saying that he's dumb. I'm just saying that I don't think he's somebody that's like, just his intelligence stands out, right? But I actually think that Dr. Rashad Ritchie is an intelligent and well-articulated dude. And instead of setting up his own platform to be able to talk the way that he should be talking, signing on to the Young Turks, it's just disappointing in my opinion. Like that's one of the reasons why I have a little bit more of an issue with Dr. Rashad Ritchie than somebody else, because it's like, come on, bro, like you're clearly intelligent. Like, why? They can't be paying that good. You know what I'm saying? They can't be paying that good. Make it make sense.
Trump used $400 million in aid to the country as leverage with his request. He was impeached.
Shout out to Jay the Informant. Facts. I gotta agree. If you guys agree with Jay, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Jay said Roland Martin is a clown with an internet connection. Facts. Super facts. You know, man, listen, man. Do y'all know? Look, Roland Martin got 2 channels. Did y'all know that? He got the one channel that's called Roland Martin. That's the channel that he does Roland Martin Uncensored on. And then he's got another channel that's called the Black Star Network. The Black Star Network. He streams the same content on both those channels at the same time. Like, come on, bro. You cannibalizing on your own stuff. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DSB. Make sure y'all show DSB some love. DSB said, Dr. R, you need to stop putting lipstick, red lip, mother blubber. Facts, man. We gotta hit him with this, bro. We gotta ask about that lipstick. We gotta ask about that lipstick.
Why are you gay?
And I'm about to clip this because I haven't talked about the migrant crisis in a long time, but we're gonna let Sean Paul tell you about it.
Up to date with the poor them.
just had to throw that in there. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, shout out to Kirk, man. Kirk said, "Oh, but they are paying Rob. They got that. Yeah, they got that J money, man. How do you think they fund this operation? We just exploit other.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
How do you think that we fund this organization? We just exploit other people's histories and identity. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, he hates it. He hates it. He can't stand it. Don't ever sit up there and ask this question.
Why are you gay?
That mustache should start moving around something fierce. That mustache should start twisting and twitching and moving around all kind of wild. Oh man, that's wild. You know what I'm saying?
A second time after inciting the January 6, 2021 attack on the Capitol that resulted in the deaths of 5 people. However, both times the Senate feckless leadership found him not guilty. Lewis advised voters that sitting home while doing nothing instead of getting out to vote would result.
So now here's the thing, right? And this is something that I've always asked the question of. If you're choosing and opting to not vote, is the automatic implication of you not voting that you're just not going to be doing anything whatsoever? Is that what the assumption is? That we're just not going to be doing anything at all? The idea is that people will be gathering information, matching up disparities with talking points, presenting that and saying, these are the reasons why we're not voting. But you have people like this with these huge platforms that literally attack anything that's not on a Democratic playbook as disinformation. And again, facts. And we had said that. Facts. Shout out to James Sumler. They must have forgot that Trump was president before. Facts. And none of these things happened while Trump was the president. None of these things happened. You know what I'm saying? So what this is this is the Democrats using their large platform of news media and Hollywood to attack grassroots initiatives. Lewis advised voters sitting at home while doing nothing instead of getting out to vote would result in Trump being reelected. We do nothing. We sit on our couches. Oh, I don't believe in voting. You effing idiot. So again, who else is calling their constituency an idiot? The fact that they have these people on loudspeakers sitting up here calling us idiots, that in itself should be, we're not dealing with this party. I'm not dealing with a party that's going to sit there and call me an idiot. Seriously? Isn't that what the right says? The right says that we have low IQ, low impulse control. Now we got people on the left sitting up there saying that we're idiots. Who's going to deal? If you guys are going to deal with that, give me a thumbs up. If you're not going to deal with that, give me a thumbs down. And let me guess, me saying that they said this as we're looking at them say it on the screen is misinformation somehow. You know what I'm saying?
And Trump being reelected, we do nothing. We sit on our couches. Oh, I don't believe in voting. You effing idiot, said the 67-year-old mother of Black Hollywood. If that man gets reelected, as soon as he takes the oath, he will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol, she added. Okay.
So now here's the question. If that's the case, why didn't he do that the first time? YGLTV said his mustache is LGBT and it has a mind of its own. It started moving when you mentioned about the rainbow community. Bro, facts. You ain't never lied.
What kind of shit is that?
I've got morons on my team.
Oh man. So again, like, here's my question. Can we ever get any of these people to bring a actual Black grassroots political pundit on to talk? Can we ever be afforded that? Because there's plenty of people out there. You got people that have large platform. You got people that got medium-sized platforms. You got people that got small platforms. They bring YouTubers to talk on Fox News all the time. Let me ask you guys this. What Black grassroots YouTubers do these people ever bring on? Again, this is just proof that they have a concerted effort to attempt to deal with us different than they do other groups of people. And again, this is them doing it. And the thing is that these are questions that could easily be answered, right? Like these aren't difficult questions, right? Let's get the answer to these questions. They should be able to easily provide us with the answers. Well, why won't you guys platform any black grassroots pundits, commentary people? They only bring out celebs. One of the reasons why is because all of those people get the paychecks from the same people. Disney owns a lot of those different people. But the problem is that the population at large is on code with playing the game. You guys, you know, it's amazing. There's a reason why the population at large never says, well, why do they bring on these fake people? Now, the population at large, they'll agree with you and say that, oh, you know, the Democrats are fake and they come with a lot of fake news, but they'll never say, why don't they bring on some real black people? They'll never say that because they want to define who the quote unquote real black people are. Coleman Cruz, Candace Owens, Greg Foreman, Officer Tatum. Everybody else is just a victim, even though we all work, even though we all pay taxes. They want to live in their own delusional dreamland. Facts. Shout out to Carlton Wade. Carlton Wade said they won't bring us up because we're going to bring up reparations. Facts. Not only bring up reparations, win the argument about it definitively. Win the argument about it definitively. None of the think tank talking points work anymore. Now that's why you see they're on a all-out assault. Shout out to Torian. He did that live stream yesterday talking about Tucker Carlson and the quote-unquote bringing awareness to quote-unquote anti-white racism. Let me ask you guys this question. Can anybody tell me the law that directly discriminates against white people by skin color? Because the thing is that everything that Coleman Cruz was talking about, whether you talk about it in terms of class or whether you talk about it in terms of race, he wants to bring up class so that the word race isn't mentioned. But if we talk about class, disproportionately, who's at the bottom, disproportionately, who's at the top. So it don't really matter. Shout out to Kirk. Kirk says, you should watch that Piers Morgan interview with Dr. Cornel West. They had him on a panel with a black guy, conservative G TikToker. He was big mad. Yo, if you guys can find that interview that Kirk is talking about, shoot it to me either on Twitter or on the Discord, and we'll react to it. Oh yeah, you already know Dr. Cornel West. When he gets agitated, he'll get animated. You know what I'm saying? He'll get animated.
Now, I don't see anything outside of definitely probable, if not absolutely will happen.
Now, again, if we're going to call the comments that Trump made about misinformation, if we're going to call the comments that Trump made about immigration misinformation, there's no way that you can call this not information. This is clearly disinformation, if you ask me. Now, again, nobody's sitting up here calling Trump John Brown because we all know that he's not, right? But again, we've already had 4 years of a Trump presidency, and this didn't happen. And honestly, if you ask me, the statements that Trump made about the migrant crisis are more accurate than this nonsense that Jennifer Lewis is saying. These are fear-mongering tactics. These are extremely harmful. Because what this is doing is that this is literally trying to drive people towards voting without getting anything tangible, simply based on fear. If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down.
As it relates to what she's saying. Now, will he physically take a hammer and break the Constitution? I don't know, perhaps, but that's not even the issue. The fact he won't respect the Constitution is the issue. He never has respected it. If he gets elected and gets power again, he has wind behind his back.
Now, let me ask you guys this. Would you guys say that Brandon Johnson and Tiffany Henyard are respecting the Constitution for their respective constituents? I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, man, but there's examples of the Constitution not being respected on both sides. So one thing that we have to start doing is, it doesn't matter who's doing it worse or who's doing it better. We have to leverage the fact that we're not going to tolerate any of that nonsense from either party. We're not going to tolerate any of that nonsense from either party. And one thing that both parties are invested in is making sure that we remain not able to enforce consequences when these kind of things happen. You know what I'm saying?
Because this time he is running a separatist campaign. This time he's truly running a campaign of division. He doesn't want democracy. He wants kingship. His people are saying that. They are echoing the same sentiment. What do you think happens when he eliminates the separations that typically would hold him accountable to another powerful entity? He has no accountability at all. Imagine that. Donald Trump, no accountability. You think he doesn't go after the DAs who are prosecuting him now? You think he just lets it go? All right. Jordan, thoughts here.
So I think if we're being generous, she was very creatively describing what you're talking about, right? That Trump will disregard the Constitution. He will act as an authoritarian.
Now, I don't think we necessarily got to listen to this, because Dr. Rashad Ritchie, I mean, he did a wonderful job of gaslighting. Wouldn't you guys agree? So now we're going to take a look at what Tim Black had to say about this. How many of y'all watch Tim Black? Now, this might not be a popular thing to say, you know what I'm saying? But y'all know I don't really care about popularity. I actually like Tim Black. I don't think Tim Black is that bad. I think that he's got a good platform. I think that he has a very professional and informative platform. But the thing about Tim Black is that Tim Black is a progressive. He's a Democrat, and I understand that. And the thing that I like about Tim Black is that he's honest about that, right? But another thing that I really respect about Tim Black is that Tim Black doesn't just go with the narrative. If there's something going on that's really wrong with the Democrats, he don't have any problem with calling it out, even being that he's a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, being that I'm not a Democrat, you know what I'm saying? And he is. Oh, and shout out to Jay. Jay said that he's no longer a progressive. Okay. Well, I respect him even more. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I don't expect to agree with somebody on everything, and somebody who's upfront about about their differences in opinion, I can respect that. You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue with Tim Black. I don't think that he's bad. I think that people should check out his content. You know what I'm saying? I've said that before. Like I like Tim Black. I reacted to his videos before. You know what I'm saying? Tim Black also did a video about this situation with Jennifer Lewis and Rashad Ritchie again, which I'm glad that he did, right? You know what I'm saying? And his video is actually the one that inspired me to do a reaction about this particular situation with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Like I said, I've reacted to Dr. Rashad Ritchie before because, for one, it just don't sit right with me that he over there rocking with the Young Turks, because we all know what the Young Turks is on. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, Tim Black, he'll tell you that. That's one thing. Like, Tim Black will tell you that he's got 100% total faith in Dr. Cornel West. Him and Dr. Cornel West is friends, and that he support Dr. Cornel West. He makes that blatantly like there's nothing hidden about it. You know that Tim Black is going to be on Cornel West's side. And I respect that. He's not trying to sit there and say, well, you know, I'm not biased or anything. He's definitely biased towards Cornel West because that's his boy. And he says that, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, like, I ain't mad at that, because at least you keeping it a buck. It's not like you trying to hide behind, well, I'm just keeping it honest with this unbiased opinion, and unbiased tells you that this is the best candidate. Nah, Tim Black gonna tell you, you know what I'm saying? Cornel West, that's my boy, man. I got his back. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at it. And honestly, I'm glad that Cornel West did have Tim Black, or I'm glad that Tim Black did have Cornel West because the way that Revolutionary Blackout Network and Jimmy Dore did Cornel West was dirty. Even though I wouldn't have voted for Cornel West, still the Jimmy Dore Cornel West and Revolutionary Blackout Cornel West stuff, bro, that was dirt bag moves. Dirt bag moves, if you ask me. And I don't think Cornel West really had nobody that like was on his side like that to have his back. And Tim Black did. So I'm glad that he did. I actually, if y'all haven't seen the streams, I actually reacted to those streams. You can check them out on BLR 1. But yeah, they did him dog dirty, I thought. You know what I'm saying? And then try to make up some excuses and babble their way around it. Like, it's like, bro, come on. I don't even support this dude politically, and I see what y'all up here doing, man, and y'all being clowns. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, we're going to take a look at what Tim Black talking about right here.
These black people that are being used, they want to be used. They're like that Bill with the song. Keep on using me till you use me up. Come on, that buddy.
Hey, he already is not lying, right? Would y'all agree? Like, he telling the truth. Shout out to Vega. Vega said, did anyone see Duke stream with Daisy last night? I didn't know there was another Daisy stream that had went down. I thought the Daisy stuff was over already. Oh, snap. I might have to be nosy. I might have to be nosy. You know what I'm saying? I was actually thinking about it was 2 videos that I had saw about that. I don't know if y'all know, but Brett Cooper made another reaction. I was thinking about reacting to the Brett Cooper, the female Ben Shapiro. She actually made a reaction to the newest video. Or, well, to the one that I thought was the newest video. And then Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews made a reaction video. And I was going to react to both of those. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't know no new one had went down. I ain't know nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to have to go back and look. Oh, she's taking them to court for defamation. Oh, okay. She had said that she was going to take them to court for defamation, though, right? I wonder what's going to happen with that. You think they're going to settle, or you think she's going to take it? Y'all think she's going to take them to court, or you think they're going to try to settle out of court? See, they put themselves in a really bad position with all of that Chinese food menu that they said was an arrest warrant and all of that. Like, I don't know. And then it's really interesting if this does go to court. I'm curious as to how are they going to explain when the audience was calling her an escort, they argued against it. But then when Fresh allegedly got her pregnant, then they were arguing saying that she was. Yeah, that's I didn't know she had said that. I didn't know she had said Fresh was legitimate. I didn't know she had said that Fresh was legitimate. You know what I'm saying?
Why are you gay?
I think the Single Mom song broke her.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
She said they played a Single Mom song.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Here goes. This is the question that I had wanted to ask when I did my reaction video. This is the question that I wanted to ask when I had did my reaction video to that. If I was going to do one, I was trying to decide if I was going to do one or not. What I find the most interesting, right? In the beginning, Fresh said, get an abortion. Fresh saying, get an abortion. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute. What? Another girl contacted her with proof that Fresh is legitimate. Are you serious? When did all this happen? See, you stay off of YouTube for one day and all kind of crazy stuff happen.
Why are you gay?
Yeah, and that's what I thought. Remember, shout out to Win Lose a Rug. Win Lose a Rug has said it's also illegal to record a phone call against someone's will in Florida. Now, look, hold on real quick, man, because wait a minute, hold on. Let me make this point real quick. Fresh told Daisy to abort the baby. When Fresh told Daisy to abort the baby, it was the worst thing in the world. It's against her religion, and she's a murderer. Now, how does that change that she made the independent decision to abort the baby? That's my question, right? Because again, nobody's sitting up there taking Fresh's side and saying that nobody's sitting up there taking Fresh's side and saying that Fresh is a good guy in this situation. You know what I'm saying? There's no, like I said from the jump, it ain't no good guys in that situation. But my question is, how is it that when Fresh says get the baby aborted, it's somehow worse than when Daisy makes the decision to get the baby aborted? Like, you got people calling Fresh a murderer and all of that, but then she turns around and makes the conscious decision to delete the baby. So that's my question. I don't understand. Again, to me, what that says to me is that they both equally are using double standards, and both of them ain't no good, right? I don't understand how one can be better than the other. Would you guys agree? And I gotta agree with Vega. Yeah, she is. She defaming Fresh at the same time. They going back and forth on some dumb stuff. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Which is hilarious because, like, if, say, for instance, I decided to end this stream and fire up a stream about that, it'd be people in the comment section sitting up there talking about, aren't you over this? Right? But at the same time, no, they're not over it because, like, they're still talking about it. Like, Fresh and Daisy are still going back and forth about it. You know what I'm saying? Make it make sense. But this what I want to know. We started out Fresh sitting up there telling Daisy to abort the baby, right? It's horrible. It's the worst thing in the world. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I can't do it because I'm a murderer. Then after a couple weeks, Daisy said, I'm going to get rid of the baby. And then when she does it, it becomes her body, her choice. I don't understand that. Does anybody understand that? Like, how does that make sense? Like, they both suck. Like, you both are garbage human beings. You know what I'm saying? Daisy's willing to delete the baby because she can't handle it. You know what I'm saying? She can't handle possibly being the next YouTube short that Brandon Jamal puts up. What if Brandon Jamal took the video of her explaining everything, and while she's just sitting up there babbling,
you let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom.
You know what I'm saying? You know how Brandon Jamal, he be having those videos. He be like, the girls be like, it's so hard being a single mom. I have all these responsibilities.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom.
Oh man. Hey, how many of y'all saw Kevin Samuels doing the single mom swing? Did y'all see Kevin Samuels doing the single mom swing? Kevin Samuels was up there doing it with the diapers. Somebody got him some diapers up in heaven. Not trying to be funny, no offense, but never mind. I'm not gonna say that. That would have been kind of dirty. I ain't gonna go there because I know I can get kind of rotten, and I as rotten as I do get, I do at least want to put a cap on it. That would have what I was about to go real low. I don't want to do that. We're gonna bring it back to the bottom of the map. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though, man. How does it change though? So ultimately, so check this out. At the end of the day, Daisy ultimately did what Fresh told her to do. She did what Fresh told her to do, which is wild, right? Make it make sense. Yeah, shout out to Kevin Samuels. Big Kevin Samuels, homeboy up in the sky doing the single mom swing. Shout out to Kirk Alden. You know what I'm saying? Kirk Alden said, fresh, get a termination. Daisy, religion card. Skip you back to me. Draw 4. Uno has termination. Facts. And it's her body, her choice. It's her body, her choice. Shout out to my man Kirk Alden for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
Silence! Silence! I ain't got no money, pa.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Yeah, that's what I heard. I was actually watching the video, and the YouTuber that had made the video, he was like, "Yo, they censoring the A word." I was like, "What? For real?" I didn't even know. I gotta go look at the stream. I didn't even know that the stream had went down. I gotta go check it out, man. That's wild, man. I wonder, is her attorney advising her to continue to go online? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's just, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, is her attorney like saying go ahead and keep going online and saying all this stuff? You think? What kind of attorney she got that's doing that? The lead attorney gonna lead you right into a loss. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, all she had to do was had a baby. If she had had the baby and didn't think twice about it, not only would she have been a single mom, but Abba would have paid for it. You know what I'm saying? Abba would have paid for all the legal fees.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
You didn't have second thoughts. All you had to do was name the baby Abba, and you would have got paid for going to court for your trauma. Oh man, that's all she had to do was name the baby Abba. Abba said they would have put out twice as much video content to fund the baby. You would never catch me doing nothing like that. Lead you right into my email and YouTube class funnel. Facts. Oh man, shout out to the lead attorney, man. Oh man, where Moxie at? I know Moxie probably ain't still in here in 3 hours, man. We on this bad boy deep. Oh my gosh, she's talking about Mexico. Oh man, shout out to Moxie, man. Who remember that? Oh my gosh, she's talking about Mexico. Oh man, we gonna talk about Daisy's case today. Daisy, you know what I'm saying? Crazy Daisy. Oh man, that is hilarious, man. Shout out to YGLTB1. Make sure y'all show YGLTB1 some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for YGLTB1 with the $19.99 super chat. Standing on business. You know what I'm saying? I gotta find the standing on business drop real quick.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Shout out to you, bro. This is a great comment. YGLTB1 says, I'm very perplexed when we live in a country that will become incensed and outraged when children are deleted in school shootings and at the very same time supports abortions that results in the same removal from this realm. Bro, facts. You ain't never lie. If y'all agree with YGLTB1, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. That's facts, bro. Facts. And again, see, it's good that we ask these questions. The problem is that we don't never get no answers. We don't never get no answers. We got to start getting answers for these questions that we be asking. You know what I'm saying? Now, like I said, shout out to Tim Black, because Tim Black, he started off going in.
Being used, they want to be used. They're like that Bill Withers song. Keep on using me until you use me up. Come on, Democrat Party. Use me up. Just use me up. Shout out to you, baby girl. I love you. It's black people that just want to be used by the Democrat Party. They enjoy being used because it means money. Case in point, Jennifer Lewis.
See, again, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all agree with what he's saying so far? If y'all agree with what he's saying so far, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, then give me a thumbs down. He's on point with what he's saying. And this is what I'm talking about. This is one of the reasons why it's so important for us to start building up revenue-generating institutions, revenue-generating apparatuses, so that we could take away the appeal of getting paid that easy paycheck from a lot of these people, because we just got to keep it a buck. That's a lot of what makes these people operate. A lot of times. Now, here's the thing, right? I don't disagree with a lot of the deep stuff, but on some situations, it's surface level too. And if we could shave off a lot of that surface level nonsense by just playing into people's visceral, I'll do anything for money instinct, we would get rid of a lot of our problems. You know what I'm saying? We get rid of a lot of the problems. You know what I'm saying?
Dear God, what have we done?
We got another we got another OnlyFans model in the building. She gonna be the next one that fresh get pregnant. Local Tina about to be the next one that fresh get pregnant.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you're a single mom. Now you're a single mom.
Shout out to Grind and Motivate. You gonna mess around and have that splice baby. You gonna mess around and have that splice baby.
Oh, I'll tell you what we've done.
That if the baby a girl, it's gonna be named Ice Splice.
We've spent time trying to decide what flavor ice cream we're gonna get. Because there are 10,000 flavors.
Right.
We spend half our lives choosing, trying to make a choice on bullshit. What movie tonight? Let me sit here for a half hour. No bombs going off. And we do nothing. We sit on our couches. Oh, I don't believe in voting. You fucking idiot. If that man gets in, as soon as he takes the oath, he will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol.
I gotta stop it right there, man.
You see, even Tim Black can't deal with this. Tim Black can't deal with this nonsense. She thinks she's giving us game. She's about to have a whole manic episode, bro. She's about to go from talking nice and calm and cool like this to her head gonna snap back and she gonna be like,
Tie this bitch up.
Swing the remix guard.
I'll tear this bitch up. Tie this bitch up. I will. Tie this bitch up. I will. Tie this bitch up. I'll tear this bitch up.
She finna be like this. He'll put you in camps. He will. He'll put you in camps. He'll put you in camps. He'll put you in camps.
Tie this bitch up.
Swing the remix guard.
I'll tear this bitch up. Tie this bitch up. I will. Tie this bitch up. I will. Tie this bitch up. I'll tear this bitch up.
He'll put you in camps. Oh man, her neck gonna snap back like how Brat was talking about on Funktify. I got that. That'll make your neck snap back. I got them heads that'll keep you bent. Tear the roof off this mother like Parliament. It should say tear the roof off this mother like Jennifer Lewis. It's like that, and as a matter of fact, Brat-tat-tat-tat. Trump gonna put you in a camp if he come back. He will. He'll put you in camps.
Tie this bitch up.
Swing the remix guard.
I'll tear this bitch up. Tie this bitch up. I will turn this bitch up. I will turn this bitch up. I'll tear this bitch up.
Facts, talentless, scantless, plebiscite, battling. Can't nobody stand her.
Talentless, scanless, plebiscite, babbling.
Can't nobody stand her. She lied to her whole family.
Talentless, scanless, plebiscite, babbling.
Oh man, shout out to the KFC over there on the stool. You know what I'm saying?
Stop it right there. Who is she calling and effing it in? I wonder if Jennifer Lewis is talking to white people. I'm just asking. Is Jennifer Lewis talking to white people on this black woman show? Zerlina the sellout show.
Bro, facts. You know she jumped up like she took her fish oil that morning, bro. she took them omega.
Turn this bitch up.
Swing, the remix gone.
I'll tear this bitch up. Turn this bitch up. I will turn this bitch up. I will turn this bitch up. I'll tear this bitch up.
Bro, she took her multivitamin that morning and a glass of orange juice. Oh, bro, she took them Flintstone vitamins and a glass of orange juice that morning. Oh man, shout out to Kurt. Kurt said just that scene in the movie where the person is high, it looks like they're doing something amazing, then switches to everybody else like WTF. Yeah, facts. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else looking like this.
The fuck?
Oh man, shout out to Kirk. Make sure y'all show Kirk some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat from Kirk.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
It never gets old, bro. It never gets old. Oh man, that's hilarious.
I wonder who she's talking to. I wonder if Jennifer Lewis is talking to Asians. I don't think she is, man. I don't think she's talking to Asians. I don't think she's talking to white folks. I don't think she's talking to Latinos. Nah, she's not. That's who she should be talking to. Just to refresh everybody's memory. Alicia Iverson, AI. Could you tell us who's more than likely to vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, Tim, sure. Okay, here goes the graph. This shows you who voted for who. And as you can see, Black Americans only voted 12% for Trump. We are the smallest voting bloc for Trump.
So look, check this out, right? With these statistics up on the screen, why is this woman yelling at us like we're idiots? And I got to agree. If you guys agree with Kurt, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Really good insight from Tim Black. I agree. I agree 100%. Why is this woman screaming at us and being disrespectful? Look at where Black voters historically are as far as Trump support. We're one of the lowest voting blocks. But she's sitting up there screaming, yelling like a banshee, calling us all kinds of idiots. Now, if you ask me, one thing that people should do in the future going forward is people should stop responding to disrespect. Stop responding to disrespect. When you see these people talking crazy about us, calling us names, we better do this, we better do that, you're not even getting our acknowledgement. We're going to roast you. We're going to talk about it. We're going to put the information out so that there's a receipt out there of why we're not going to deal with you, and then keep it pushing. Shout out to Tia. What's good with it, Tia? Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to everybody watching. If you guys haven't smashed that like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. We got 47 people watching. We got 71 likes. If we could get the likes to 100, that'd be wonderful.
Out of all other voting blocks in America, save for Native Americans that are not on the list.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you.
No problem. See you later. Mort Lago, so sunny.
That's who she should be talking to, but I bet you she's not. You know how I know? Because she dropped an F-bomb. And Jennifer Lewis don't talk to...
Yeah, facts. Shout out to Kurt. I got to agree. Kurt says, put some respect on our name. Clip that Birdman. Facts. I'm about to have to find that. Put some respect on it. Put some respect on it.
Get the money, y'all. There's poor people around.
I'm rich, biatch! How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Kurt. Definitely appreciate it, bro.
That way to white people. But Jennifer Lewis, Angelina Maxwell, and all the field hands for the Democratic Party, they talk that way to black people. Particularly poor black people.
Now, this is important, right? Do you guys agree with what Tim Black is saying here? If you guys agree with what Tim Black is saying here, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree with what Tim Black is saying, then give me a thumbs down. Now, here's the thing that I find interesting, right? What do you guys think? Do you guys think that it's just that literally nobody notices this? Nobody notices this. You know, we just don't notice. We don't notice any of this weird stuff going on with how black voters and black people are treated. Or do you think that people purposely ignore this kind of stuff? Because how do people ignore it? Interestingly, right? A lot of the larger YouTubers with large platforms, Cough, Abba, and Preach, they did a video about Joe Biden saying you ain't black once, right? Which is interesting because he wasn't talking to black Canadians. He was talking to black people from the United States. But aside from any of this historic nonsense, where's the content about it from the bigger people that quote unquote react? Now, if somebody had made some type of crazy comment towards Matt Walsh or somebody like that, you know that all them people at the Daily Wire, you know what I'm saying, Stephen Crowder, Tim Pool, they would all be all over it. So what Tim Black is saying here, as far as money being a primary motivation, you don't really even have to ask the question. You don't really have to ask the question. You can literally see how people move, and the way that people move, it'll tell you that that's their primary motivation. Money is their motivation. Now, again, there's nothing wrong with money being a motivation, right? Because you need money to support your platform and improve it, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You got a lot of people on YouTube that are run around, and simply because you get super chats, they'll call you a scammer or a grifter. All over the place. If you get a super chat, you're a scammer. You get a super chat, you're a grifter. If you turn on your live button and you got a $ down there because you meet the YouTube criteria, you're a grifter. You're a grifter. Anytime you hit YouTube, you're a grifter. You publish a video, you're a grifter. Here's the reality of it. People need the supplementary funding, donations, whatever, to help them improve their platforms, to help them produce content, to help them get software, and to help them get hardware, right? So there's nothing wrong with people doing that, because people don't have, literally nobody calls cable companies, nobody calls Netflix, nobody calls Hulu, nobody calls Vudu, nobody calls Tubi, nobody calls none of those companies grifters, and yet they pay them willingly monthly for streaming services. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch people that do that kind of stuff. However, right, the thing is that you got to look at the consistency of people's messages. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Terrence. It's shame, blame, and explain. It's SBE. It's SBE. And I got to agree with Carlton Way. Everyone is a grifter to an extent. Facts. To an extent. To an extent. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Kirk. I got to agree with what Kirk's saying here. Kirk says America runs on the disrespect and oppression of ADOS. Nobody on the escalator goes, wow, this escalator is escalating. They just hop on and go up. Facts. Super facts. Which means that we gotta unplug that escalator. You know what I'm saying? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. And shout out to Kirk. Throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for Kirk for standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. beanie.
And also show Kirk some love for funding our little operation.
How do you think that we fund this organization, huh? We're not exactly the March of Dimes.
Those are the people that can get away with talking that way too. If you want to talk to white people who have money that way, if you want to talk to black people who have money that way, see, I know she wouldn't talk to rich black people that way. Not rich ones, but she'll talk down to poor black people that way. If you don't have that heart,
I wouldn't even say just poor. I wouldn't even say, oh man, I you know I ain't trying to disrespect Tim Black, but that, hey, if Tim Black ever goes nuclear on somebody, that's a great thumbnail. That's a great thumbnail. You got to go get you some photography taken care of. All right, go ahead, local Tina. You know what I'm saying? You need to holler at my man, Keep It 100. He'll get them photos for you right. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta agree with what Tim Black is saying right here. Let me go ahead and run this so my man don't think that I'm disrespecting him with this freeze frame right here.
Art. To talk to everyone like that, you should talk to no one like that. I'm tired of these Democrat coons, sellouts, pandering hookers. They're hookers, man. They're going for the hey, look, sex workers, no disrespect.
hey, shout out to the sex workers, man. That's hilarious.
Okay. No disrespect. But what they do is they give it up to the Democrats, and they ain't put in a hard day's work. They throw us under the bus for the Democratic Party, and they talk down to us.
Yeah, and I agree. And I gotta agree. And so if you're dealing with a political organization or a political group that allows that and that encourages that, then the question that we gotta ask is, what is there that they could possibly what is it that they could possibly do for us? They literally think that they're gonna punk us into whatever it is that they want to punk us into. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to Deneen Grant. Deneen Grant says Tim is still supporting Dr. West, which I don't understand. Tim supporting Dr. West like Myron support Fresh. That could be some bars for a rap song. Tim Black loyal supporting Dr. West like Myron support Fresh.
I'm gonna let her finish, but she's gonna get this work.
You idiot. If that man gets in, as soon as he takes the oath.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree, right? Now, shout out to Kurt. Kurt says he sprinkled in that poor line of seasoning for his audience. Some whites watch, so he's got to do that from time to time. A little annoying. Here go my thing, right? Tim Black got a huge platform. You know what I'm saying? He's got 100,000 subscribers. And the reality of it is that nobody wants to stay stagnant. So as the platform grows, he's got to give a message to his new subscriber base, right? Now, my thing is that if he's giving a message to his entire audience and he's not toning down his message that he gives directly to his black audience, I don't have a problem with that. Because why would you restrict your growth? You know what I'm saying? I don't have an issue with that. Now, if he were to stop and tone his message down to appease his white subscribers, I would have an issue with that. You know what I'm saying? I would have an issue with that. And I feel you, Kurt. He don't have to. But here goes my thing though. Do you think that he would be able to appease the same amount of subscribers that he has if he didn't? Because my thing is that I don't think that he's toning his black message down. I don't think that he's doing that. You know what I'm saying? I think that he's just speaking to the additional audience that he has. Because the thing is, like what I've always said, I don't have any expectations of any people other than us to put our needs and expectations first. However, some people might just be watching his content for the news. Now, giving both of those messages, his message that's specifically for his black audience and then the general audience, I don't really see a problem with that. I don't see that as selling out. It would, what I would see as selling out is if his larger, if his non-black audience started to engulf the black audience and then he just completely got rid of the black message, then I'll be like, yo, what's going on over here? But like, I haven't seen him do that though. You know what I'm saying? What do y'all think? If y'all agree with what I'm saying, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. Let me know. I don't have that luxury. You know what I'm saying? Because I got I got like a 99, I got Lysol ratios. I got 99.9% black audience. You know what I'm saying? So that ain't even something that I got an option for. You know what I'm saying? And I probably ain't never gonna have an option for that because you know what I'm saying, I'd be wilding out a little bit too much. They ain't about to sit around and listen to what I be saying. Shout out to YGLTB1 for being a member for 7 months. I appreciate it. Make sure y'all show him some love, throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for YG standing on business.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business. I'm standing on business.
YGLTB1 says, when our people say vote for the lesser of two evils, what does that say about our moral foundation? Bro, I agree 100%. I was one of the first people. I agree 100%, bro. I was one of the first people saying that. That basically means that you will choose evil. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to YGLTB1. He says, when our people say vote for the lesser of two evils, what does that say about our moral foundation? So if Satan or Lucifer are your candidates, you would choose. Never relinquish your principles. I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Facts. Shout out to Deneen. I think I might mess around and be one of the most scary light-skinned dudes in the world. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Ancient spirits of evil, transform this decayed form to Mum-Ra, the ever-living.
Hey, I think should we change the name of the channel to Nightmare Revelations? If y'all think we should change the channel to Nightmare Revelations, give me a thumbs up. If y'all don't, then give me a thumbs down.
He will have generals walk down the steps of the Capitol. He will take a hammer and break the glass where the Constitution is, and he will tear it up in our faces and say, now, I'm the king of the fucking world. You will bow down, bitches. He will punish.
That's getting clipped. That's getting clipped, and we clipping that. Put some respect on it, too. I got to find that for Kurt, and we clipping that.
Everybody that didn't vote for him. Let me tell y'all how I know this shit. I know it because I know what mental illness looks like.
I know you know what mental illness looks like because you are mentally ill, sister.
Oh man, hey. Now look, I didn't say it. Now. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say it. Tim Black said it. We're gonna blame Tim Black. I didn't say it. I didn't go in like that. I just said look like sister got a little bit possessed or something. And y'all know I don't even rock like that. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
And the fact that there are co-signing, like Rashad Ritchie. Rashad, what's up, bro? Why, bro? Why did I discover this shit show on your show, Mr.
Oh man, I'm hey man, I'm dead. I'm so glad we decided to react to this video. Lord have mercy, I'm crying laughing.
I'm the most watched progressive show in America.
Jennifer
Now look,
Lewis.
let me ask you guys this question. Can we please get to the bottom of that? Why is Dr. Rashad Ritchie the most progressive, quote unquote, watched show in America? Why? Is he for real? He's the most progressive watched show in America? Why? I'm not going to lie to you, but I honestly believe that Tim Black's show not only has been around longer, but is a better quality show than Dr. Rashad Ritchie. So I don't know why so many people are watching him. What do you guys think? What's the reason? Why are so many people watching this show? And I got to agree with Deneen Grant. We're not the audience. Now, let me ask you guys this question. Let's just say an audience like the audience of Dr. Rashad Ritchie's had the majority vote and they were able to put in a candidate that they wanted. How would that impact America for us? What would that do? What would that make America look like? Would that make America a better situation for us or a worse situation for us? Shout out to Carlton. Carlton said Dr. Rashad got that algorithm on his side. Here go the question. How did he get the algorithm on his side? How did he get the algorithm on his side? How? How do you do that? How do you get the algorithm on your side? He ain't the only one. There's a lot of people that got the algorithm working for him. How did they do it? Let me know what y'all think.
Comedian extraordinaire, actress extraordinaire, remarkable human being, said Trump will put black people in camps. Here it is.
Dear God, what have we done?
Why, bruh? Why did I discover this shit show on your show? Mr. I'm the most watched progressive show in America. Yeah, it's because you sell out, man.
Some people are outraged by her comments. Jennifer Lewis, what do you mean? That's extreme. It's extreme. Beloved actress Jennifer Lewis. I had the great opportunity to meet her in DC a few years ago. Beautiful soul.
You sell out. Corny. This is corny shit. Why are you going to sit there and let Jennifer Lewis shit all over black people like that?
If you can accept it.
Now, let me ask you guys this question. Do you think Dr. Rashad Ritchie would have let Jennifer Lewis say those kind of things about them folks? Or do you think that Dr. Rashad Ritchie would have let Jennifer Lewis say them kind of things about Asian people? Or would she have been able to say those kind of things about LGBTQ? You know, his mustache would have been in a bunch had he said those kind of things about LGBTQ people. You know that. But for some reason, this is permissible. Now, right here in this picture, I just want you guys to pay very close attention. He really looks like he took a hit off of some good loud sativa. Loud sativa that was hollering even louder than Jennifer Lewis herself. That sativa was so strong, it got his glasses on crooked. You know what I'm saying?
Words are prophetic.
Why would you do something like that, bro? You're an educated brother. Why would you do that? Oh, because you met her in person? Like I give a fuck you met her in person. Why you let this bat sit up there and disrespect black people like that over Joe Biden? Why? Donald Trump's going to wipe his ass with the Constitution. I don't know. Did he wipe his ass with the Constitution the first time? Did he destroy America the first time? It's amazing because we're all still here. Is it that important for you to kiss the ass of the white Democratic Party, Jennifer Lewis, and...
Oh, man. I'm sorry, man. This is hilarious, though. I'm not going to lie, man. I'm dying laughing. This guy... All right, man. Let's run it.
Rashad Ritchie, Dr. Rashad Ritchie, huh? That you would allow this bullshit on your channel, that you would do this. Then you had this goofball, Jordan Mule.
All right. Jordan, thoughts here.
So I think if we're being generous.
Now, see, this is the part that we didn't watch, right? We didn't watch this. But here go my question though. Who is this guy? Does anybody know who this is? And like, I'm curious as to, I mean, what is your thought? Like, his thoughts on Trump putting black people in camps as a black person? What do you think? I guess. What's up with this? You know, it's really interesting, man. Like, listen, man. I'm not trying to be funny, man, but have y'all ever noticed, if y'all watch Dr. Rashad Ritchie, a lot of his people that call into the show, the people that they get on the on the videos, they all look like they just came from a safe injection site. If you guys have noticed that, give me a thumbs up. If you guys haven't noticed that, then give me a thumbs down. A lot of them look like they just came from a safe injection site, and they're like, let me go see what Dr. Rashad Ritchie talking about. He like, yeah, come on the show. Let's just get you up on here talking about let's get you up on here talking about black people. Like, okay, all right.
She was very creatively describing what you're talking about.
Come over there and co-sign it. You guys are a joke. You are joking. You know what? I'm noticing the viewership is going down, brother. Because black people are waking up, and not because of your current videos, not because of your bullshit, not because of your ADL supporting bullshit, but because they are tired of the fucking Trump shitting on Trump all the time. TYT station. Even Anna and Jake are smelling of coffee. People have risen up. They're recognizing bullshit when they see it. But that is pathetic that you would co-sign this shit and then hide behind, I mentioned.
Hey, Tim Black blacking out is hilarious. Do y'all agree? If y'all agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Look, she's a really nice person. And she's also back crazy. She says it. She got all types of mental issues. So she says those horrible things, try to scare everyone into voting Democrat, and then runs behind she got mental illness. Yeah, we know you got a mental illness. It's called coonitis. Coonitis.
Hey, that might be clip worthy too. Is coonitis clip worthy? Let me know what y'all think about. Let me know what y'all think about coonitis as a clip. All right. That's hilarious.
Talentless, scandalous, plebiscite, babbling.
It's called buck dancerosis. Buckadancerosis.
But I think you're trying to say buck dancerosis. I think you're trying to say buck dancerosis. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you're trying to say buck dancerosis.
It's the ability, the proclivity to buck dance for buttermilk biscuititis. That's what it is. It's called bidwincherititis. It's a bidwinch disease. A buckrhinoceros. That's what you got. Uh-huh. You got white man ass kisserisseritis. Jennifer Lewis like she's something. And you're going to put the black mother of Hollywood. What, this heifer that wrote a book about banging everything that moved for 40 years? That's your litmus test. Why come you couldn't pick like a Shirley Ralph? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, I got to agree. I got to agree with Danae. Danae says, double thumbs down. BLR Lewis is nowhere near prophetic on your Trump comments. Just another fearmonger, shill, or adjacent. Facts. Super facts. If you guys agree with Danae, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. Shout out to Carlton. We have a pandemic of those diseases that we need a cure for. Should we hire Dr. Fauci? should we hire Dr. Fauci to help us get the cures for those issues?
I've got morons on my team.
Idiots! I'm surrounded by incompetent idiots!
Oh man, that's hilarious, man.
Alfre Woodard, or I don't know, what's name some people. Shit. How about Viola Davis? She's amazing. Angela Bassett. Come on.
I never heard nobody pronounce it Angela Bassett. I thought he was talking about somebody different. I thought it was Angela Bassett. Am I wrong about that? Ain't it Angela Bassett? Is Angela Bassett? Somebody let me know in the comments. I've been calling her Angela Bassett all my whole life.
Halle Berry. Maybe not Halle Berry. Cicely Tyson. Yeah, Cicely Tyson. Rest in peace. Jennifer Lewis is not the benchmark of black womanhood in Hollywood or any other wood or any other hood. Okay, she's a wingbat. And this right here looks horrible on your resume, sir. And I know you get a lot of views, or you have got a lot of views in the past. This is bullshit, bro. You should just skip this one. Just skip it and keep the credibility. Just skip it. Jesus Christ, man. Welcome to the bullpen to this bullshit. From the bullpen to this to the pig pen. From bullpen to pin pig. Pig pen.
Oh, man. Hey, Tim Black legit heated on this. He heated. He big mad. Oh, man. Oh, man. This is yes. Facts. You know what I'm saying? Big facts. Oh, man.
That was good. Coconut, yes, 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 yes. Bob, amazing. Meow, 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 yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Bullpen to the pulpit to the bullpen of the pig pen. Cut it out. Respect your audience. Nobody that damn stupid. Oh my God. Oh no. Oh no. Trump is coming. Trump is coming. Oh no. You genocide Joe worshiping assholes. There are several policies that Donald Trump put into place that I don't like. But you know what happened when Biden came in? Nothing. He kept them in place. He kept them in place. You run it back to try to emulate Trump on the border after all that tough talk. Yeah, I noticed you guys are not calling out the shit that you were standing on. It's okay.
That's because they don't stand on business. We've been trying. Look, man, listen. We've been trying to tell you that these people are not standing on business. They're not. They're not out here doing it like the homie Drew.
I'm standing on business. I'm standing on big work. I'm standing on business.
It's okay when a Democrat does it. It's because all y'all are all about money. And y'all are willing to throw black people under the bus to make a few extra bucks to get a couple of buttermilk biscuits. Yeah. Jesus Christ. It's pathetic. Trying to scare everybody with this bullshit, man. Look, neither Joe Biden or Donald Trump are going to save you. Are going to save America. We need money out of politics, hey, everybody. We need money out of politics here. If you're not willing to make a radical choice like a Dr. Cornel West, there is no hope. Cancel hope, okay? That's the truth.
So now Tim Black up here right now standing on business for his boy Cornel West. Again, if you ask me, Cornel West, I don't see no drastic change coming with a Cornel West. If you ask me, a Cornel West ain't no different than Joe Biden 2.0. Would you guys agree or would y'all disagree? And again, it's perfectly okay to disagree. Let me know. But again, we all know that Tim Black gonna go hard for Cornel West. But I disagree. Cornel West ain't bringing nothing to the table. Cornel West, one of them Palestine first people, you know what I'm saying? Don't talk about racism, talk about classism. I don't see nothing coming out of Cornel West that's going to be any different than any of these other candidates. What y'all think? And I've said this before. I said my position on Cornel West before. You know what I'm saying?
If you're not willing to go with a candidate that's going to pull money out of our politics, that's going to end qualified immunity for these damn cops, that's going to pull us out of these interventionist wars, these regime change wars, unless you got a candidate that's willing to pack up the military-industrial complex.
Pack up those envelopes full of the reparations checks. You know what I'm saying? Distribute them, right? Right?
Wants to change our footprint in the world. Wants to eliminate corruption at every level in the system of white supremacy, unless you got a candidate that's willing to do that, we just trim it around the benches.
No candidate is ever going to do that because that's where the candidates get their money from. That is the paycheck. WS is the ATM machine. So there's not really going to be a candidate who is going to have a vested interest in doing that. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If you guys disagree, give me a thumbs down. And real quick, shout out to everybody. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, please take a moment, smash that like button. Also, if you guys haven't hit the bell, please take a moment, hit that bell, and share the stream to your social media. I gotta agree. Shout out to YGLTB1. YGLTB1 says some people have a misunderstanding of the contextual language of the word progressive. Progressive doesn't necessarily mean good. You can progress in stupidity and foolishness. It is just an adjective. Facts. I agree 100%. It just means to make progress. Progress is not always good. De-evolution is a form of progress. It's not progressing in the direction of evolution. It's progressing in the direction of regression. Progression and regression are simply two different directions on a number line that explain advancement in one or the other direction. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, facts. I agree 100%.
That's all you're willing to do, unless you got the guts to do that. Instead of telling me, oh, this guy's got no chance to win, help him win, help us build a third party so we got a shot. That's what you need to understand. Because neither one of these candidates, whether it's Trump or whether it's Biden, is going to make a radical change in the outcome of your life. But the reality...
And again, okay, so here's the thing. If we're going to say that Cornel West is going to make a radical change in our lives, we got to see the blueprint of how he's going to do it. How is he going to do it? What is the blueprint that he has laid out that is going to show that he can do this? You know what I'm saying? And I got to agree. If you guys agree with Danae, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I have no interest in a party that calls me stupid. And as we know, that's Republicans and Democrats. Republicans have been on a decades-long initiative to get the entire world, not just the United States, but the entire world to believe that black people have a low IQ. And Democrats, they just get people to outright call us stupid. So that would be both parties, in my opinion. Right? So yeah. That right there should put us on the couch. Denise say Cornel West got a jazz improvision plan. Facts. I gotta agree 100%.
is, if you ain't willing to challenge the status quo and make radical change, because the truth is this, man. Here's the truth. MLK wouldn't have voted for either one of these motherfuckers, okay? Neither one of them deserve our vote. Neither one. Malcolm X would not have voted. You think Malcolm X would have voted for Trump? Get that shit.
Okay, so now here goes my question. Again, he said that MLK wouldn't have voted for either Trump or Biden. Now, let me ask y'all what y'all think. Do you all think that MLK would have advocated for a vote for Cornel West? If we're using that as a metric, what do y'all think?
Get out of here. Get out of here. You think Fred Hampton would have voted for RFK Jr.? You ass kissers? We could have built something too. We could have built something. You got nothing for selling out. Nothing. Some scraps. They got scraps. People sell out for scraps, y'all. That's a lesson for the day. Stop selling out for scraps.
Now, this part right here, stop selling out for scraps. I agree with that. I agree 100% that that's what people do. People totally sell out for scraps. They totally sell out for scraps. And that's one of the things, again, we just have to look at. People are going to sell out. People are going to go for money instead of going for what's right. And we got to be able to generate our own money so we could cut off that ability of people to outpay us. Would you guys agree? If you guys agree, give me a thumbs up. If y'all disagree, give me a thumbs down. I appreciate everybody for sticking around. Like I said, if y'all want that, if y'all want another live stream later, just let me know in the comment section after the stream, and I will try to figure something out. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to Janesta. Make sure y'all throw some flames, some radiation emoji, and some ducks in the chat for the stream sponsors. We have 28 stream sponsors, y'all. Y'all are amazing. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Katsy. Shout out to AB Promotions. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to Lloyd Sky 9. Shout out to KG. Shout out to Black Spider. Shout out to Miss Nisi. Shout out to PD That Remains. Shout out to Yoshi Mori. Shout out to DSB. Shout out to the 6'4". Shout out to MC007. Shout out to Phil Mayo. Shout out to Brooklyn Queen. Shout out to DSB. Shout out to AB Promotions. Shout out to DSB again. Shout out to YGLTB1. Make sure y'all show YGLTB1 some love. Shout out to DSB again. Shout out to YGLTB1 again. Shout out to DSB again. Shout out to my man Kurt Alton. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Always holding it down. Shout out to YGLTB1 again. Make sure y'all show him some love. YGLTB1 been holding it down for a minute. Shout out to him. Shout out to Kurt for holding it down again. Shout out to Kurt for holding it down again. Shout out to Kurt for holding it down again. Make sure y'all show Kurt some love. Always holding it down. And shout out to YGLTB1 again with the 7 months of membership support. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to try to cut up some clips because y'all been watching the clips, and I appreciate that. I'm going to try to cut up some clips and throw some clips down before we do the next live stream. If y'all haven't smashed the like button yet, take a moment, smash that like button. If y'all haven't joined the Discord, make sure y'all take a moment, join the Discord. And as always, ladies and gentlemen,
walk up in the life. Yeah, I'm really talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up, look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him. Don't believe me? Come and see me. Got 3 wishes from my genie. Now I'm on your local TV. Y'all on tour, got demons. Say she wanna come and see me when I'm in a local city. I'm like, pause though. Please step aside so they can see me. And I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. I'm the realest from my city. That's on money, that's on Kiwi, that's on mamas. Nigga, don't believe me, come and see me. I been dodging all that face. All these niggas working broke, but I been getting paid. All that know me from the street. Flexing for what feature, that's like every other week. Talk behind my back, I kick my feet up, have a seat. Cause at the end of the day, all these watching me as I walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. On God. Walk up in this light. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like I'm really him. Hold up. Look, walking this bitch like, hey. Yeah, I'm really him. Talking my shit like, hey. I'm really him, hold up.